9:32 a.m. Past time. Good morning, it's 9:33 a.m. Past time for the South Coast AQMD Hearing Board to convene, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. At 9:33 a.m., I'm going to ask if we would take a 10-minute recess, and we'll reconvene within 10 minutes. We're off the record.
I was wondering where the rest of the group was.
I thought we were
There's
just
5 of them. Yeah, I thought it was just gonna be 3.
Exactly. We'll be able to revisit, yeah.
Day, let's start the recording, please. All right, we reconvened a little earlier. We said 10 minutes, but we needed about 5.5 or so. All right. So good morning again. We have 4 cases before us. The first case being Spectra Site Communications, case number 6261-1. Are there any exhibits?
No.
Okay,
Yes, the district has submitted proposed conditions for the
and
board's.
this will be A.
consideration.
This should be exhibit A. All right, and so just for the record, what the district's counselor provided to the board was it's a document containing interim variance conditions for facility ID number 194439. So at this time, we're gonna, for clarity, so this is going to be an interim as well as a regular variance. The interim requires the board to establish good cause, which I'm quite confident you gentlemen will be able to walk through today. Okay, and then we'll move on to the regular variance. And so we'll commence now. Opening statements from your side.
Thank you. One clarification. My understanding was it was the interim variance application today, and then the regular variance application would be later.
That's right.
in the
You're
month.
100% right, sir. Okay. So just for the record, he's right. The interim is today, 8624. The regular variance is 8/27/2024. All right, sir, the floor is
Thank you.
yours. No, and this is establishment of good cause.
Thank you. Did you want to swear in the witness?
Yes.
And have
Also,
him
you,
state his name?
you be the witness? All right. Okay, so let me,
Yes. Yep. I want you to raise your.
okay, hold on 1 second. All right, so at this point in time, we'll have all the witnesses who will provide testimony today to stand. All right. Do you affirm or swear that the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right, Counselor, are you
Thank
the
you.
attorney?
I am the attorney, yes.
What is your name, sir?
Thank you. My name is Owen Creditor. I'm the attorney for Spectra Site
Please
Communications.
spell your name.
It's Owen, E-O-I-N. Last name is Creditor, K-R-E-D-I-T-O-R.
That's an easy last name to remember.
I'm more a debtor than a creditor, but I understand.
All right.
Thank you. So as I think we already alluded to informally, our client, Spectra Site Communications, seeks both an interim and a regular variance. Today, we're here to address the request for the interim variance. Spectra Site Communications LLC's permit allows it to run a backup generator at a telecommunications facility located at 2915 East 12th Street in Los Angeles, California, for no more than 200 hours per calendar year. However, due to vandalism experienced at the site, the generator exceeded the 200 hours allotted earlier this year. Spectra Site Communications seeks the variance so that it can operate a backup generator at the site for the balance of the calendar year. Specifically, Spectra Site Communications seeks a variance permitting it to operate the backup generator for up to an additional 200 hours for the balance of the year. May I proceed with the examination of the witness?
No. No, at this moment in time, we're going to ask the district side to provide their opening.
Sure.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. At this time, the district is going to withhold position as to the good cause findings. We just want a little bit more information about the timing and the decision to file the variance, and then we'll be able to prepare our position on good cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Creditor. The floor is yours to begin examining your first witness.
Thank you very much. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Thomas Folk, Thomas, Folk, Foulk.
And Mr. Folk, are you presently employed?
Yes.
And who are you employed by?
American Tower,
And how long have you been with American Tower?
24 years.
And what is your title currently?
Territory manager.
And generally, what are your duties with the company?
I oversee a group of operational people in the field that oversee the maintenance and activities at the physical sites throughout Southern California, Arizona, and New Mexico.
Are you familiar with a company called Spectra Communications, LLC?
Yes, I am. They're a subsidiary company of American Tower.
And when you say a subsidiary company of American Tower, can you be a little bit more specific?
Through mergers and acquisitions over the years, we have acquired many different subsidiaries, and Spectra being one of them, where we own or operate those towers now.
And just so we're clear, these are telecommunication facilities?
Correct.
Okay, wireless telecommunication
Yes,
facilities?
providing, primarily these sites for cellular.
And are you familiar with a Spectra Communications site located at 2915 East 12th Street in Los Angeles, California?
Yes, I am.
And if I refer to that in this examination as the Los Angeles site, will you have any problems understanding what I'm referring to?
No, I'd be good with that.
Is the Los Angeles site in violation of the permit that authorizes it to operate a backup generator at the site?
Yes, it is.
And how is it in violation?
Due to the vandalism at the site, the generator ran for an extended period exceeding the 200 allotable hours per year.
And is the site typically a locked, fenced-in area?
Yes, it is. All of our compounds are fenced and locked.
And is it your understanding that the trespass took place sometime in mid-January 2024?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that the trespasser vandalized and damaged the automatic transfer switch at the site?
Yes.
As a result of that damage to the transfer switch, did it cause the generator to run continuously until American Tower discovered the issue?
Yes, it did.
When do you recall it was promptly turned off? Can you tell us? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall that the company discovered the situation and promptly turned off the generator on March 22nd of 2024?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And what did American Tower do once it discovered that the generator had been running all this time?
We immediately shut it off for operation so it couldn't run anymore.
And after that, what did the company do? Did it go out and investigate the matter?
Yeah, we hired a outside contractor by the name of Generac, who we have contracts with to maintain our generators, to go out and troubleshoot and see what the issue is and why it was exceeded those hours and ran, had started up in the first place.
And then at some point after that, did the company retain our counsel, our office, to assist in helping with these variances?
Yes. Yes, our environmental department assessed the site and then reached out to, get counsel.
And American Tower is seeking also a regular variance later on in this month. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
But at this point, this hearing today, it's seeking an interim variance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why does American Tower want to seek the interim variance at this point?
Right now, we just want to make sure everything's up and running and that any testing that needs to be done to make sure we are operational now, since it hasn't ran for a while. And then outside of that, we are contractually obligated to our customer T-Mobile to provide backup power. So in the event of an outage, we would still have to provide backup power, meaning we would have to reach out to an outside company to bring in some form of portable electrical generation equipment.
And at this point, is there any backup power at the site?
No, there is not.
Is there a concern by the company that with the excessive heat and fires that occur, that the need for the backup generator increases at this point?
Yeah, as we all know right now in the world we live in, that, excessive heats and that we're having fires popping up everywhere, or the power companies are assessing the danger and using their PSPS program to proactively shut off electric to these sites throughout, different territories in the Southern California.
You mentioned that the company is bound by contract to provide the backup generator power to carriers.
Correct.
And who's the carrier at this site?
T-Mobile?
And if the company is not able to do that, is it in violation of its agreement?
Yes,
To your
we are.
knowledge? If is American Tower in bringing on these generators at the site as a means of trying to eliminate multiple generators at a particular site?
Yeah, we started our program up approximately 5 years ago or so, that we saw the need through, dealing with hurricanes and other national, large emergencies, that it'd be beneficial for us to have a single generator there. In many cases, throughout my experience, before this, each carrier would bring in their own. So if you have AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile on a site, you could have 3 different generators on site to provide each power to each one of those. So what we're trying to do with our program is to give them a single generator on site that they all can utilize, and that way, help, reduce on space and emissions.
At this point in time, is there any backup power that T-Mobile has available to it at the site?
Not on the site. We would have to, if there was a power failure, we'd have to coordinate for another portable generator, a portable generator to be brought out to the site for their use, which could be a delay, in them possibly losing operation and coverage to their cellular customers.
And yeah, that's a good point. If the site goes down because of a power outage and they're not able to use the generator, what is the effect on T-Mobile's customers, if you know?
Yeah, it could be, from hundreds to thousands, depending on where different sites sit, on who could be impacted. If you're by a major highway that things going past and people there wouldn't be able to, use their phone, or at least with good quality. And it does have a possible impact on 911 and emergency response.
And as you mentioned, that if it was not able to run the generator, then there's a likelihood that you could have multiple generators on site.
That would be correct.
Have you seen the 4 conditions that the prosecutor has proposes if the interim variance is granted?
Yes.
And is Spectra Site Communications and American Tower prepared to satisfy those conditions?
Yes, we are.
That is all the questions I have on the good faith issue at this time.
Thank you very kindly, Ms. Roberts on cross.
Reichert.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And won't you spell your last name just for the record?
No, it's okay. Reichert.
There you go. Apologize.
Thank you. Good morning. I have some clarifying questions. The site location for this emergency generator, where is it located? And is it difficult to reach?
Oh. No. No, it wouldn't be.
Can you describe the location?
Off the top of my head, no. I mean, I reviewed it earlier this week. I oversee like 2,000 towers in
Okay.
Southern California.
It's in a regular, it's in like a,
I think it's behind a shopping center.
okay, so it's not like up in a mountain or something?
No.
Okay,
No.
so it's
easy
just
access.
some, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So how did you discover that the generator had exceeded its hours when you discovered it in March?
Yeah, all of our generators are monitored by our network operations center. They're 24/7 operation. They take care of any kind of, things that go on at the sites, but one of their responsibilities is monitoring the generators. And what they do is they generate reports twice a week on usage, and they send that to our environmental department. And then they made the assessment at that point that we had exceeded the hours, and that's when they told the knock and informed my field personnel that we need to shut the generator off.
Okay, had it been running continuously from mid-January to March 22nd?
And this one, No, it had not been.
Can you describe then what exactly was the vandalism that occurred?
It's copper theft, where they came in and were tearing apart equipment and trying to get copper out of it. And the transfer switch is the item that monitors the commercial power coming in and the generator. So if it detects a power outage, we'll switch over, turn the generator on and switch it to generator power.
And that's an automatic?
Yes.
Okay. And so that automatic transfer switch was damaged during the
Correct.
vandalism? And so what exactly then, what was the result of that damage? That the generator was just on or?
When what they had damaged, the generator came on and we were not aware that it was running because it disrupted the monitoring. So
Okay.
it ran without knowledge. So we went out there.
So how long had it run between January and March? How many hours?
What's that? Is that the 182? They're all blending together. I'm sorry. So I apologize. I don't see that I have it in here in these notes.
It looks like in the petition number 4.
Oh, it's in the petition. Okay. Oh, okay. It appears there was 3 different periods. From January 1st, or January 3rd, 2024 to February 7th, 2024. An additional 333 hours.
This was 7.7.
Or 7.7 hours, sorry. And then it also ran from February 8th to February 22nd. And then another 688 hours between February 23rd and February 22nd, March 22nd, sorry.
Okay, and in the petition, it's noted that the first period of time from January 3rd through February 7th was emergency runtime. Then the next 333 hours between February 8th and February 22nd was malfunction runtime. And then the last portion, 688 hours, again, of emergency runtime between February 23rd and March 22nd. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's what's in the record.
So I'm gonna attempt to clarify this. If I'm incorrect, please let me know. So was there a power interruption during the first and third periods that required the engine to be run on an emergency basis? Is that why it's notated like that?
I'm sorry, I'd have to look back into it. I don't manage it directly with NOC.
Okay. So if there's biweekly reports listing the total hours that it's run, why did it take until March to determine that it had been running during this period of time?
I can't answer that right now. I'd have to check with our NOC on that.
Okay. After you discovered the issue on March 22nd, what was the decision-making process that caught, like, until you decided to file the petition in July? Why the 4-month delay?
It got escalated up to our environmental department. That we have a group of people that oversees, different environmental type things for our company. And they were taking it in and assessing what actions they wanted to take, and then reached out to get counsel and recommendations.
When did you reach out to council?
Do you remember?
Yeah, we were notified of this probably for the last 45 days. Well, actually, probably end of June, early July.
Okay. And then, so, since you said you turned off the generator, you shut it down on March 22nd, is that correct?
Correct.
And it has not been run since?
No.
Has there been a request in that period of time by T-Mobile for backup power?
No, there is not.
Okay. How would you be notified by T-Mobile that they did have a need for backup
They
power?
would probably call into our NOC,
Call into what?
our Network Operations Center. Sorry,
Okay.
NOC's an acronym
That's
for
okay.
it.
And then, at that time, you would need to, in the current situation, without having the variance coverage, locate and obtain another backup engine and deliver it to the site?
We would reach out to one of the many companies around here that do rentals of portable generators,
Uh-huh.
and we would find somebody to bring one in and hook it up for them.
How long would that process take?
It would probably take a couple days to get it coordinated and get it out there.
Okay. So, the location where this is T-Mobile the only cellular provider there?
They're the only ones that's currently on that generator.
On this right, but are there other cell towers at that site
Uh,
or cellular providers that use that site?
they don't use that generator though.
Not that generator, but
Yeah.
that location.
I don't know off the top of my
I'm
head.
just curious, are there any other backup generators at that location
No,
that
there
are
is not.
operated or
No, this
anything
is
by
the only
other?
backup generator.
Okay, have you looked into renting a district permitted generator to just stay at the site as the backup power?
It is always an option to do that. It's very costly to do so, and it's not reliable to hook up to the transfer switch. Usually portables have to be hardwired in. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, so you said it's not, you'd have to have it hardwired in. Could you explain what that
Yeah,
means
it
and why
wouldn't
that's
be-
a concern?
Well, it wouldn't automatically transfer on. Because the portable generator is not set up to use the transfer switch, that they would have to come out and they would, disconnect their T-Mobile's meter and hardwire it directly in there to give them power directly off the generator.
Okay, so you're saying there's no way to attach a rental to be automatically triggered at the time of a power interruption?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have on good cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board. Mr. Balakapalan?
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Fogg. I'm having a difficult time understanding why the delay, in when your network center was running and notified, the first set of hours occurred between January and February, and they were calculated 30 days, clearly ran over the 200 hours. What kind of alert did the network center receive, and who was it communicated to?
At that time, talking to our environmental people, that is a new process, and I'm not sure it wasn't, sending the twice a week reporting was not based on this first one this year.
So-
They implemented that to try to cover this blind
so-
spot that they had.
So there was no flags or alerts? if it
No,
exceeded 200
no.
hours?
I mean, we operate over 8,000 generators nationally.
Right.
And not all of them have air district requirements, and our NOC all they were worried about was break fix.
Okay.
They've since been educated that this is more of a priority, and we do need to, keep those reports coming to them. Another thing they have done to implement is my teams, we get a daily generator run report for any generator that's been running more than 24 hours. And that way it will trigger our teams if we see that to investigate and see if there's a power outage or something else going on, such as vandalism.
So in that report, you can get total runtime from the beginning of the year? Is that program now?
That report doesn't tell us that, that the decision on the runtimes is left up to our environmental teams. But they set it up now that the NOC or Network Operations Center is providing that by, twice a week report to the environmental team. And then they're also providing us with the information that, hey, you've got a generator running. It's not counting the hours.
Now, the vandalism, they removed the couple material that leading to the ATS, the automatic transfer switch.
Yeah, I'm not totally positive on the whole extent of all
What's
the
the situation now? Is that been repaired? Is that in place?
My understanding that has been repaired, but we have not tested the generator since we shut it down because we can't start it until we get approval, such as the interim.
Okay, so as far as you know, there is fuel, everything is.
Yeah,
Presumably
as far
okay.
as we know, everything's there, but we haven't been able to test it because.
Okay, and the question I was asked is why the delay, in filing for the petition. There are 4 findings the board has to make, or at least one is in violation, which clearly you are of the
Yes.
200 hours. But the 2 is the circumstances leading the violation could not reasonably have been avoided by petitioner or anticipated in sufficient time to provide for public notice of the variance. So this is August and you were aware of it in March. That's a long period of time.
I agree.
And so you agree that you don't satisfy that requirement.
Well, no, I just agree that it was a longer amount of time.
All right, then the third one was whether you were diligent in petitioning.
Yeah,
Do you say, were you diligent in petitioning for this?
I'm not the one that does it.
Okay,
That's our environmental group. I don't deal with the
Right.
filing, so.
And the denial of a variance will have, impact on the petitioner or the T-Mobile customers, that I agree, but we have to look at whether you can satisfy all 4 findings. So I unless you can tell me otherwise, I'm having difficulty in finding 2 and 3. Okay, all right, I've got no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Any additional questions, Dr. Abraham?
Yeah, okay, so remind me one more time, when did you personally find out about the situation as the manager or director?
I knew about when the items failed off, but I don't deal with the hours.
Okay, so when did you know about the hours?
Probably about a month or so ago.
Okay, and then how many days after that did you file the petition, or did your organization file a petition?
That would be up to him. I didn't file it. It was our environmental
Do
team
you have
working
an
with.
idea of how long it took once you knew that we were exceeding the limit, the runtime?
Sorry, what was that question?
How long from when you all knew that we needed to file a petition did you file the petition?
My understanding. Yes. Oh,
No, it's not.
sorry.
There you go.
My understanding is that the environmental group determined the situation. The environmental group then reached out to our office, and as I think it was sometime in June, they reached out to our office. We then investigated the matter, determined what the appropriate approach was, prepared documentation. It had to be sent back to Boston to be signed by the appropriate personnel back in Boston, where the company's headquartered. And unfortunately, after we got it all done, we then spoke with the clerk here at AQMD, who was kind enough to advise that it'd probably be better to do it as an interim and a regular as opposed to an emergency. So we then had to refill out the paperwork, send it back to Boston, wait for the person there to sign the paperwork. Unfortunately, the size of this company with 50,000 plus towers in and around the United States of America alone, not even talking about Latin America, I've represented the company since 2005 here in the state of California, and I can represent that while it moves as quickly as one would like, it is a large behemoth corporation that does take some time to process things, which is what contributes to the delay. But it's sort of exacerbated the situation because of the heat issues and the fire issues, that we really feel that this month was something we had to try to get access to the use of the backup generators should it become necessary.
I apologize for interrupting, but did Mr. Creditor take the oath this
Did
morning?
not.
If we're going to be accepting his testimony as
I'm happy
evidence,
to, and
yeah.
I always
So-
represent the truth in a tribunal.
Of course,
And-
I just
And
for
Ms. Rucker's point is sage.
clarity.
Her point is very valid. So
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, so perhaps you were restricted to Q&A. All right.
Okay. Did you want me to take an oath?
Well,
I am fine with him taking,
okay.
I am fine with him taking an oath and accepting his testimony as evidence. I just wanted for the record it to be clear if he was going to submit what you're stating as evidence that he
Okay,
do
well
take
then,
the oath.
please
Thank you.
stand. All right, Mr. Creditor, do you swear or affirm that that you will provide truth and the whole truth relative to the testimony you would proffer today?
I do.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, so if you
Thank
can-
you.
not a problem.
Thank you. If you can just remind me, so then what exactly is and this is for the witness here, what is the adverse impact to public health? So this is a backup generator that if not available, then T-Mobile may not be able to fulfill emergency services. Is that the concern?
Yes.
It's not a regular energy source for emergency services, but it's in the event of a backup and given the energy needs and potential risk for wildfires and others that you want to make sure, plus fulfill obligations to your then client T-Mobile. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you. Sir, you mentioned that you have several sites. How many do you have within the South Coast area, which is Southern California, basically, other than San Diego?
I'm not sure in the air district. I know in all of California, we have 318 generators.
Okay, of the 318, can you give me a ballpark, let's say, of what you have in Southern California? Would it be half or would it be more?
Maybe a third.
Maybe a third, okay. So that's approximately, let's say, 100, right? All right, so are you aware then all of those sites are going to be subject to the AQMD's rules and regulations?
Yes.
All right, so in number 15, where it's asking you the dates when you not only realized what was going on, but it's also to give you an opportunity to give us
Mhm.
a timeline, not just of when things initially occurred, but absolutely when you contacted whomever within your company, whether it is the environmental person, and then all the way up until whoever makes that decision to come forward and to contact the AQMD. And we need that information to be able to, as Mr. Bellicopalan was alluding to, we need to see a timeline so we can have a better idea of what exactly occurred and when it occurred. And I don't see that either.
Okay.
And just to give you a heads up on the rest of your sites that are going to come before us, possibly, especially with PSPS being a program that is being looked at. It's not being just here in Southern California, they're looking at it nationwide.
Yep.
So the fact that all of your stations may be subject to this, it's a good idea for you to become familiar not only with that program, but how it interfaces with our rules and regulations. But we absolutely need a better timeline than what you've given to us. You really haven't given us, you've only given us 2 dates. So I am, as Mr. Bellicopalan said, I don't see that you met the criteria of good cause.
All right, just a quick question of you, sir. Mr. Creditor, so asking Mr. Falk, if this is not approved today, then what happens?
If this is not approved, but you want me to answer it, Mr. Falk, go ahead.
Mr. Falk?
We'll prepare to make sure there's a backup generator, somewhere if we ever need it. But we will not be able to do any testing to make sure the generators that have failed are tested again, because once it was determined we were over hours, they were shut down. So we haven't even finalized testing on all these to make sure everything's up and operational.
Does this tower provide any support to any municipal agency and or county fire, city fire, et cetera?
Just through the communications is cellular, none of those are actively on this tower directly.
Okay, so what's on this tower is strictly commercial and residential, or just commercial?
It's primarily just cellular carriers on this one.
Okay. And so excess emissions, why don't you provide some perspective and commentary relative to the estimated excess emissions?
The ones we spoke about on the 3 different dates, or?
Well, if you look at page 7 of 12, you referenced
These
an estimate.
Okay.
So you want to expound on this? Is this accurate?
This is based on this is accurate based on information from our environmental team. And I think it's also taken from based on run hours and the manufacturer's emissions chart.
It's accurate.
All right, thank you. No problem. All right, any additional questions of members of the board? All right, thank you. Ms. Reicher?
The district has no witnesses to call on good cause.
Thank you very kindly. Mr. Creditor, have you any additional witnesses?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, so why don't we move to, you had another comment? Oh, yes. Why don't we move to closing? Mr. Creditor?
I think that and I appreciate the concern. Unfortunately, as I've learned over the many years I've worked with this company, it does take time. It's a large publicly traded company. It has to go through many cycles, many departments before it can move to do certain things. The company identified the situation with the vandalism on about March 18th of 2024, immediately moved to shut down the generator within a few days after that, stopped using the generator, and self-reported the situation to AQMD. The company always tries to do things on an appropriate basis, but as this tribunal, I'm sure, is aware, we are providing first responders with telecommunications facilities and emergency services. And so if this site goes down due to a power outage, we're not going to be able to provide that, and that will disrupt service from an emergency standpoint, which is obviously something we're very sensitive to, in addition to just finding that, the United States has determined these facilities to be of vital importance to the national infrastructure of our country. And so we always want to be able to make sure that we can properly operate them. But as we've identified, when we determined that the hours had been exceeded, we shut it off, knowing the risk, knowing the issues with T-Mobile, but we weren't trying to flaunt the fact that we had the permit and we were in violation of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Creditor. Ms. Reicher?
Thank you. The district understands the importance of this unit. However, I do not believe that the findings for good cause can be made in this case. There was nearly a 4-month delay from the discovery of the issue. It also seems like perhaps their internal policies and procedures need to be improved, and the fact that they have biweekly notification of hours, and so this issue could have been discovered months earlier. We do have a regular variance set in 3 weeks. And so based on the fact that they delayed for nearly 4 months and that we only have 3 more weeks till the regular variance, the district would be opposed to a finding of good cause in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reicher. Members of the board on deliberation, Mr. Conacher-Macklin?
No comments.
All right. Mr. Abraham?
Yeah, so the timeline is definitely troublesome. However, I do see the impact to emergency services and the public good. I hear the concerns about a large publicly traded for-profit corporation, but this is we're a hearing board that hears from small mom and pops, and we're constantly there having to figure out how to comply. And so to hear, well, our organization's so large and so profitable that we can't comply is definitely not, something that sits well, if you will. But given kind of the outline by the witness, I do feel in good faith once he knew and the steps and reached out to AQMD, and thank you for that, and then went back to make sure they followed the proper steps. I personally could find good cause.
Ms. Verdugo, Ms. Conacher-Macklin, did you have any comments?
I do.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you. I too find it troubling that the size of the company prevents it from acting with all deliberate speed in this matter. I think that it's incumbent upon every company to figure it out and to make sure that your company policies don't get in the way of complying with AQMD rules. We do take this very seriously. I'm struggling to find good cause, particularly since you have a hearing in 3 weeks. If it wasn't urgent enough for you to do anything before now, what difference will another 3 weeks make? There are no services that are going to be eliminated or in jeopardy during that time period. I haven't heard that. I've heard that the backup generator may be a problem. So I don't know if there's any other information that can be provided to help resolve the issues that I'm having with this. But I would welcome any better understanding.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I stated before, I cannot find good cause exactly for what, in addition to Mr. Balagopalan's comments, also Ms. Conager-Macklin's point is that another 3 weeks, it's not going to be a situation that you're going to turn something off or that we're going to force you to eliminate services. You're just going to run the backup generator with no coverage in the sense of coverage from AQMD. And I agree with the district as well, is that you have not met the criteria. You have not met the criteria for the 4 items that we look for in good cause. So I would not be voting for a good cause. Thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan?
I too agree with the district and Ms. Verdugo-Peralta that I cannot find good cause here. As indicated, you've already run the generator, you have been in violation of the permit condition. If there's an emergency, there's nothing I'm not advocating it, but you can still, if the generator is operating, it can still run the generator and provide the necessary power. You will be in violation. There'll be another additional day of violation if that happens. So, you clearly, I think we need to. It clearly, as long as you've been in operation here, it seems like you would think that there has been a system in place, over the years, assuming that some of the sites have run over 200 hours due to fires and other events. You have so many locations that somebody in the environmental section should be aware or know that they should be filing for a variance. So I think sending the message also by not granting good causes also to make your company aware that this is a serious matter, that once they get notification from the network center at 2 weeks or more frequently, there should be a red flag. If it's showing the cumulative hours is 200 hours, then or even close to 200 hours, then it should be a notice to the environmental group to start preparing the filing for to get a variance. And clearly it looks like the ball was dropped in your organization. Hopefully it's not the case going forward, but having said that, I too cannot find good cause in this matter.
All right, and then just as a final comment, I can actually agree with everybody on the dais, and specifically the notion that small mom and pops have to fight enormous bureaucratic oligarchs day in and day out, and then for a company that can afford attorneys and other support staff not to move very diligently is rather troubling. But it's also interesting, if I can note, extracting this passage from the petition. Additionally, this is a quote, page 6 of 12, number 17. Additionally, the anticipated hardship is that we would not be able to provide contractually obligated backup power to our tenants' telecommunications equipment, which could substantially harm our business relationship with our customer T-Mobile. I want to underscore the notion of leaning very heavily on a business relationship and not talking about the potential impact to the quality of air within the basin. And so for us to pay so much attention to maintaining business relationships and not moving very diligently with respect to filing the petition is rather troublesome. So to that end, I want to quickly proffer a motion in the matter of Spectra Site Communications LLC, case number 6261, located at 2915 East 12th Street, Los Angeles, California, 90023. I move that we dismiss the petition for an interim variance without prejudice for for a failure of the board to find good cause to hold a hearing in absence of notice to the public. And with respect to the issue at hand is the petitioner was not diligent in filing the petition.
Second, are we talking about 6261-1? I believe that's.
Yes, 6261-1. 6261-1 is the one we're referencing. They have two cases.
Right, and I would second that.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. Is there any discussion relative to the motion or any augmentations?
I would say, is it a dismiss, I would say we deny the variance, not dismiss it. We're going to deny it.
Right,
Yeah.
so the motion
Is
is
to
we're not
deny.
finding good cause.
To
So we're
deny,
dismissing the petition without.
deny, not the, I think I don't know what the legal connotation is, it dismissing, but I think we're denying the request.
Yes, it's essentially, it's the same thing.
I don't know whether, okay.
It's
but-
the same thing.
So I would agree to deny the requested interim variance.
Okay. All right, any additional questions or comments relative to the motion? Hearing none, Dr. Abraham.
No.
All right, Ms. Conager-Macklin.
Yes. Yes to
All
deny.
right, yes to deny. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta,
Yes.
Mr. Bellica-Palan.
Yes.
Ali, yes, 4-1, and the matter is hereby dismissed. Let us roll quickly into the next case, which is Spectra Site Communications LLC, case number 6261-2, address 17047 East Gale Avenue, Hacienda Heights, California, 91745. This is for an interim, which requires good cause. Counselor?
Yes, thank you. Again, Owen Creditor for Spectra Site Communications. This is a situation where due to a mechanical issue at the subject site, we exceeded the 200 hours that had been allotted under the permit for the generator. Given what the tribunal has just gone through on the first site, I'm obviously concerned that we're going to have a similar issue with respect to the delay. The only thing I'd want to bring up is this is a situation where, unlike the last site we were just talking about, where it was mentioned that if an emergency situation occurs and the company runs the backup generator in violation of its permit, it still has the opportunity to provide that service and then pay some fine if it chooses to do so. At this site, though, we don't have that ability. At this site, we haven't been able to even determine whether the generator works because of the excess hours. So we don't know whether it would work, and we couldn't even turn it on if an emergency occurred. And so for that reason, I would request the variance to allow us to at least have the ability to fix the generator, run it enough to make sure it's working. Would be my request and suggestion with respect to that site.
Ms. Reicher?
Thank you. The district has the same concerns on timing for this petition, and I will withhold our position until the completion of petitioner's testimony on good cause.
Good
Thank
deal.
you.
Just for the record, Madam Clerk, was there anyone online to provide any public comments? On the first or this one? Okay, let the record reflect that no one was online to provide public comments relative to either case, 6261 or -1 or 6261 excuse me, 6261-2 and 6262-1. All right. Okay. We're now going to have Mr. Creditor.
Would you like me to proceed?
Do proceed. Just for the record, Mr. Folks is providing testimony. He's already been sworn in, so you may proceed, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Folks, you're familiar with a Spectra Site Communications site at 17047 East Gale Avenue in Hacienda Heights?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
And is that site owned and operated by Spectra Site Communications?
Yes, it is.
And do you oversee that site in your position with American Tower Corporation?
Yes, I do.
And has that site violated the permit that it authorizes it to operate the backup generator at the site?
Yes, it is.
And was the violation the fact that the backup generator exceeded the 200 hours allotted to run for the year?
Yes, it did.
And did that occur as a result of mechanical failure at the site?
Yes. Mechanical failure was to the transfer switch.
And as a result of the transfer switch mechanical failure, did the generator run for approximately 182 hours during this malfunction time between February 14th, 2024 and February 23rd, 2024?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And has that issue been repaired at the site?
No, this hasn't been repaired. As stated earlier, that once it was discovered that we were over our allotted hours, the generator was shut off, and we haven't been able to finish troubleshooting or make any repairs to that generator.
And does the generator receive regular maintenance from the company?
Yes, it does.
When was the last? Sorry.
Annually, and it's done in the first quarter.
When did Spectra site discover that the backup generator had exceeded the permitted limit? You recall it was about March 18th.
Yeah, around March 18th. I had the March 18th is when we reported it into the air district.
And when it discovered the issue with the maintenance, did it then cease the weekly testing and maintenance of the generator?
Yes, all testing and operation was shut down.
And what did Spectra site do next after it discovered the problem, if you recall?
They, went to our environmental team. They made an assessment of, determinations of what our options are, what we could do, and reached out to get some counsel.
Did Generac inspect the facility? Did the vendor Generac inspect that facility?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And have you been able to determine through the investigation or the inspection by Generac that what it is that needs to be done to fix the machine?
No, not at this time. They said they would need more runtime to find the root cause.
Okay. And at that point is when the company reached out to seek counsel to help with the variance?
That'd be correct.
Okay. And why is it that it's seeking the interim variance if in a few weeks it's going to be seeking the regular variance? You can tell us.
One of the main things here would be this, that, we would like to be able to test and operate and make the final repairs to this generator, before in this interim time. And that would allow us to, also, support emergency services and our customer.
The question was raised about the relationship with T-Mobile. Is T-Mobile a primary customer of American Tower Corporation?
Yes, they are.
Would you say it accounts for 20 or 30% of the company's business?
They're probably an equal third between the three big.
And we're talking about T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T?
Correct.
Okay. And so it's a major customer for American Tower Corporation?
Correct. Can I make a point on the business relationship?
Yeah.
Mr. Ali brought up on the last time on the relationship on the business. And I think what we were trying to get to there on that relationship is we're trying to get this off the ground of these generators, having combined usage at the site, and it's a slow growth on it. And if we aren't able to perform to their level, they're not going to want to use us, and they're going to want to bring in their separate generators. And that's why it's so important that we, be able to, meet the expectations of these customers. Case in point, recently with the hurricanes down in Texas, that were a couple weeks ago, Verizon has always been challenged to get on our generator. They've always been, no, everything's ours. We want to control everything. Well, they saw what we were able to do with our generators and stuff that we already had in that Texas, Louisiana area. And now they're seriously talking from the ops manager up in, Seattle that was, discussing it to the people in Texas, that they're looking to get on our generators. So, that could be a big thing, from an air district perspective, that if we can get all three on one generator instead of all three having their own, that's definitely going to reduce, emissions.
And again, this is a site with T-Mobile,
Yes,
and we have a contractual obligation to provide the generator power to it.
yes, we do.
And in the event that wasn't provided, we anticipate that T-Mobile would need a few days to get a backup generator out there.
Yes, it would.
In fact, if we can't use our generator, there's the likelihood that you could have multiple generators out of the site.
That'd be correct.
Have you seen the 6 conditions the prosecutor proposes in connection with the interim variance we're seeking?
Yes,
And is Spectra Site Communications and American Tower prepared to satisfy those conditions?
yes, we are.
Nothing further, subject to any follow-up.
Thank you, Ms. Rector on cross, but before you provide that, just wanted to, okay, I have the document here. So we, just for the record, Ms. Verdugo Prada, this is Exhibit A. The district
We
provided.
haven't, I have not provided the proposed conditions for this.
Okay, so do you want to provide that?
Maybe if we make the good cause findings, I can,
Okay,
This is.
okay.
and we could do it now if you want.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just
let's,
not
let's
sure
go
if
ahead,
we're
let's have the
gonna.
documents so the members of the board would at least be exposed to it. Yeah, just in the future, we can get all the exhibits up front, it would make it a lot easier.
We already had this.
This is, I did, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure David did this. I think David did.
Yeah.
So this would be exhibit, in the event we need it, it'll be exhibit A. All right, Ms. Rucker, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So you stated at this location that the engine ran between February 14th and February 23rd. Why did the engine turn on? Was there a need for backup power on the 14th?
Not positive if it was power outage or it was doing its test here. Wait a minute. Oh, an engine malfunction.
Right, I'm just curious what caused it to turn on, or was it the engine malfunction that caused it to turn on?
The update I got from our network officer, it just states that there was a malfunction, so.
Okay, and is the maintenance and testing performed remotely? Is it, so no one goes on site to perform maintenance and testing? Is that accurate?
No, when we do our annual preventative maintenance and those kind of things, it's get tested by Generac. They test everything, change the oils, do all that kind of stuff. The testing cycles that runs like 20 minutes once a week is all ran through our network operations center that's based out of Cary, North Carolina.
Okay, so that's performed remotely?
That's performed remotely.
Okay. So when the engine turned off on the 23rd, was that because somebody at Spectra site had noticed that it was running, or was that it just turned itself off?
My understanding was that we were notified it was still running and went out and shut it off.
Okay. And how did you realize it was still running?
I would assume through the reporting that I spoke about earlier.
Okay, so can you clarify why this reporting alerted you that there was an issue versus the other case? Like, was there something different about
the
this
reporting I'm
reporting?
referring to is the ones that goes from our knock up to our environmental team, and they probably assessed that we were running and ran over the hours, and that's why they notified to shut it down.
Okay, is there a different procedure with this case about how the reporting of hours gets elevated to the environmental team?
No, it's same way.
Okay. And so then is it accurate to say then you first became aware that you had exceeded the limit on March 18th?
I don't think that was the date it was reported. My understanding is that the March 18th was when we reported the overage to the air district.
Okay, I just, in the petition, it uses I, so I wasn't sure who was stating, I became aware. Okay. Would you be able to rent a backup generator to remain on site at this location for the next 3 weeks until you can have the regular variance hearing?
There is nothing from holding us back on that now.
Okay. And are there additional cell phone providers located at the site where this generator is located? Or is it only T-Mobile?
I don't recall specifically. I looked at it, but I don't remember.
Okay. Could you then explain, you discussed your kind of business model about having multiple cell phone providers utilize one generator. Can you explain how that's working if we're not sure that there are even other?
Well, no, right
providers
now
on site?
I know that T-Mobile's on the site, but they're the only one on the site that's contracted for our generator. If they're AT&T or Verizon's on it, they're not using our generator right now because they're not, paying us to have it, the usage, and us to maintain it and such.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand, you were discussing how you wanted to establish this new system where multiple cell phone providers utilize one generator to reduce emissions.
Yeah, and as I indicated earlier, it's been a slow growth trying to get all the customers on board. AT&T was the first and they did a big commitment to us, and now recently T-Mobile's done a large commitment, so they're on there. And there are some sites out there that have both AT&T and Verizon on them on the same generator, just not on this site.
Okay. No further questions on good cause.
Members of the board? Mr. Balakapalan?
Mr. Falk, good morning again. Based on the petition, you had 182 hours of malfunction runtime, which you are aware of. It looks like you were notified and you created a open dispatch ticket, and you were still below the 200 hours at that time. And so why did it take so long to, Generac didn't go there according to this till the following month, a month later, to check on the what's wrong with it, what caused it? Do you know why was the delay?
Well, our network operations center would have dispatched the vendor to go look into it. But anything that was reported back on hours and all that kind of stuff kind of goes through the steps of the environmental team, and they discuss it at their level up there and then make those decisions.
So my question, when the network dispatches it, what's the response time to go check on something?
It varies. It can be anywhere from 1 to 5 days, depending on what's going on and how busy the vendor is.
So this indicates it took more than a month because Generac didn't go onto the site. So is that normal response time, or this was
no, that's not normal response time. And they may have went out there and weren't able to determine what was wrong or ordered parts or something. So
yeah, according to this petition, you indicated that Generac inspected you and found no issue, which would cause fail to stop scenario. So they didn't find any issues, right? To make it stop. Okay. So potentially you don't know, but if there's a power failure, the ATS system kicks in, the unit could run.
correct.
Okay, but you'll be in violation. Let me ask, when you said you submitted to the district on the 18th of March of the exceedances, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that your environmental group that submitted that?
Yes.
As a result, did you get any kind of notice of violation from the agency?
That would have went up to them. I
Okay.
don't deal with that.
All right. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any additional comments or questions from members of the board? Ms. Perdugo-Peralta?
Sir, you keep on referring to this environmental group, this committee, or whatever it is you're calling it. Why did you not bring them here today?
They are in Boston.
They're in Boston, okay. And you're going to have that many sites here in California. There's such a disconnect that I see here happening with your business and your business model for that matter, that you have going on, that you're not going to be able to answer the questions that we really need information for. And I understand that's a structure that you of no creation of yours, but still the fact remains that we need that information. And if it wasn't going to be provided by a person in front of us, a declaration would have helped from that person for us to be able to better understand, because we're running into the same situation. The fact that there's no real timeline here, not one that makes any sense to us anyway. That's way too long of a time. And especially if you know, there was an issue with the transfer switch back to February. I mean, I can't understand not having all of that documented, date by date, who spoke to who on this date, who made this decision on that date, and then which led you to contact the AQMD. That's what we're looking at.
No, I understand that, but you know, the one thing is, you know, to our point is, you know, I don't have experience in doing this.
I understand that.
And,
And I'm trying
you
to
know,
feel sorry for you, but I'm
well,
having a
that's the
hard
thing.
time.
I mean, if we had experience in this, I think that would have been a worse thing because we would have had more violations.
Well, hopefully this is a good lesson. Hopefully. To
I think
take
you're
back
getting
to
the
your
wrong
upper management.
perception about us. I mean, these are some little blips and hiccups out there, but
Well,
out of all
coming
the-
from the utility industry, I kind of understand, and
Yeah.
the telecommunications industry, I understand the connection between the two and the vital connection between you two. That's why I'm saying that you really need to get them involved at an earlier time frame. And the fact that you're going to have that many, just even 300 plus in
Well-
this South Coast area, it's a good lesson here, unfortunately for you, but it's a very good lesson to take back to your upper management, that they need to take a better look at this and they need to create a protocol that all of you can follow so that you don't run into this again. And
Yeah.
like I'm saying, I understand all of that, and coming from a large corporation, going up the chain of command, I get that. But the reality is that you're here before us and you're
Mhm.
asking us to give you this variance, and it doesn't meet the criteria again of good cause. And I'm hoping that, one, you don't have a situation like this in the future, but I think you will. And hopefully you will have learned from this awful experience.
No, and I agree. And we've had them in the
Sir,
past.
hold on
Okay.
one second. Are you?
My question started with, in reference to this transfer switch, in reference to the dates. And I think there was also mentioned, how many times was there actually a visit by the maintenance people between February and March, and between March and the day that you came to the AQMD and asked for a variance?
Mr. Folk, the floor is yours.
All right. In our submittal, it does show that we still have an open ticket on this one. So repairs aren't 100% complete yet, due to not being able to run it. I will take all this back. And a lot of this is probably just a lot of lack of preparation on my time, because I wasn't knowing what to expect here. There are several agencies that are not, I don't even want to call them agencies, and groups, you know, and the Network Operations Center does a good job as a whole. These few slipped through on this. But the delays, I think, came from the environmental team was notified right away and asked to shut things down. But they were the ones that took the time in between the petition, you know, trying to, you know, internally discuss what they were trying to do, you know, what they wanted to do for next steps. That's my understanding.
Mhm.
So,
So you don't know the number of visits between those two timeframes?
I would have to
Okay.
look
Thank you.
into it. And
Any additional questions of the board? I do. I have just a couple of questions. So the Health and Safety Code, section 42352, references the 6 findings that are required. So can you walk us through the good cause, the 6 findings justifying your position today?
We have that?
Findings for good cause.
Yeah, but I'm just curious as to, I'm asking him a question.
Would you like me to read through?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, first one.
We already covered that.
No, did we? Starting with the, that one? Oh. If granted this, if this variance is granted, can you estimate the excess emissions? We estimate granting the variance will result in 4.16 pounds of CO per day, 1.955 pounds of NMHC plus NO. I'm not from our environmental. The non-methane hydrocarbons plus oxides and nitrogen per day, and 0.83 pounds for PM day. No, particulate matter per day, sorry. In your opinion, would this suffered?
Sir, let him talk. Go right ahead, sir.
Would this outweigh the benefit of the reducing the air contaminants that might result in the variance that were, if variance were denied? Yes, we submit that there would be a harm to our business, and the potential harm to our customer exceeds the harm caused by the excess emissions. As mentioned, if we are not able to operate the generator, we will be unable to provide a service we are contractually obligated to provide, which would expose us to financial liability and obligations. Further, thousands of people in the area may be left without cellular coverage in the event of an emergency that causes the loss of power. If we are unable to provide an on-site generator, our customers, in the event of a power outage, would have to obtain a portable generator. But there will likely be a gap in the coverage of getting that portable generator secured and installed. In addition, burdens are posed on our clients due to the emissions and maintenance requirements of the portable generator. If also be noted that portable generators would also involve new emissions. Next question was, has Spectra Communications LLC given consideration to curtailing the operation of the backup generator in lieu of obtaining a variance? We have given consideration to curtailing the operations of the generator in lieu of obtaining a variance, but it is not a feasible option. We need to be able to immediately resume the usage of the backup generator to ensure our customers can provide uninterrupted cellular coverage and 911 emergency response communications. Next question, if the variance is granted, will Spectra Communications LLC do to reduce the excess emissions as much as possible? All non-emergency usage would be limited to required testing and maintenance in order to minimize excess emissions as much as feasible for the remainder of 2024. All emergency usage will be limited to power loss and rotating outages for the remainder of 2024. And the final one is, in the variances granted, how will SpectraSite LLC monitor the emissions? Our generator is remotely monitored by our network operations center 24/7, recording runtimes based on testing, maintenance of malfunctions, and emergency usage. Consequently, we can monitor the emission levels based on the manufacturer's emissions data sheet and the operations run date recorded by the network operations center.
All right, thank you, sir. Any additional questions from members of the board? It just made it easier. I was going to ask those questions, just made it easier to go right through them, right? Give you an opportunity just to get it all out on the record. All right, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Well, it's more of a point of clarification, Mr. Chair, is that we cannot consider the 6 findings until we first consider the 4 for good cause. So I understand your desire to get that information, but we can't use that information until we go through the 4 findings for good cause.
Absolutely.
Just a point of clarification.
And I was going to.
I'm keenly aware of that. So any additional questions relative to the petitioner. All right, thank you very kindly. Ms. Rackburn? The witnesses?
No witnesses for the district.
Let the record reflect that the respondent has no witnesses. Mr. Creditor,
No further witnesses.
for the witnesses. All right, we're down to deliberation. Mr. Creditor?
Sorry, we need the
I'm sorry,
closing.
I'm sorry. Mr. Creditor, I called his name, but he
That's
knew,
okay.
he knew exactly what I was saying.
I understood.
There
Thank
go.
you.
All right.
Again, we appreciate your time, and I understand that you're looking for the factors that fulfill the good cause requirement. And I understand that the thing that's plaguing this tribunal is the fact that these things occurred and were shut down and self-reported in mid-March. Why are we here in August? And the answer is, it's not an easy answer to explain other than to say, look, I assure you that we did everything as diligently as can be done. But it takes human beings and it takes time. And it's like I said, it's not about trying to save dollars or anything of that nature. That's the last thing that this is about. Our most important function is to provide this service. We take it seriously. Our most important function is to make sure that first responders, emergency people needing to reach people in an emergency are provided those facilities and they're maintained properly. I can assure this tribunal that we would not be running this generator except only in emergency situations. We don't know what's going to happen, but with the excessive heat that we're dealing with recently and with the fires that are going on, there's always a likelihood of power outages, and we just want to make sure we can provide uninterrupted service. The idea of bringing out a portable generator, one, it adds extra emissions into the air, but two, it doesn't tie into our transfer switch, which means we can't have the generator turn on automatically when power is shut off, which is something that we do like to be able to do and we're contractually obligated to do. Given what we've talked about, the fact that the company's based out of Woburn, yes, it has people here in California, but they don't have one person for every site to manage each site. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Racker.
Thank you. Due to the lack of diligence in filing, and it seems like some lack of protocols in place to alert when these the hours are exceeding the limits. The district is opposed to a finding of good cause. As the board had mentioned in the previous hearing, the district is concerned that as a large company, they don't have protocols in place that would ensure a more timely filing for such relief. And again, there is a regular variance hearing set for 3 weeks, at which time the proper public notice would be presented and we can examine the merits of the case on the 6 findings. It is also an option for the facility to bring on a rental unit that would be able to be available on a relatively short response time if there were to be a power interruption. So for those reasons, the district is opposed to a finding of good cause. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board. Mr. Balakapala.
Yeah, I too cannot find good cause for the reasons that Ms. Reichert pointed out. Also, that they were not diligent in filing once they knew they were exceeded. They had dispatched somebody in early February, but still, in March they were aware of the problem, the exceedance of the 200 hours, and the circumvention could not reasonably have been avoided. They could, or they anticipated sufficient time. They didn't provide public notice. And the main reason we do this interim is because there's no public notice. And so the burden, so we take that seriously, even though this is somewhat of an essential service, but we have to treat all this interim in the same manner. There is no public notice. Is there good cause finding? Yeah, and Mr. Falk, you were prepared now, I think, by the chair asking questions for the 6 finding. We didn't have to do that, but at least now you know what you have to do when you come for the regular variance. The good cause, we have to make the good cause finding before we bifurcate to the interim variance, and where the 6 findings have to be made. But you got good preparation if you come back in the regular variance to do that. So that's all I was going to say.
Any additional comments? Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you. Just like the chair had mentioned in the previous case, is that the main reason that you're citing here and your biggest concern seems to be the relationship that you are building with T-Mobile versus the concern for the public. And as Mr. How did I screw that up? Anyway, my colleague, that we are very concerned with the public and notification to the public. And but that doesn't seem to come through in what we're reading in the petition, nor any of the testimony. So it concerns me again that you're focusing on one thing and not the other. And the fact that there's no mention of that other than kind of like an add-on, we need you to be aware of that as well. But more importantly, has been said over and over, you do need to find a better protocol because you're going to be facing this, especially with the wildfires and especially with global warming and the fact that we're supposed to be having hotter and hotter summers out here in the Southwest. I don't see how you're not going to be coming before us in the future. So I'd be forewarned. And again, I cannot find good cause. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just a final comment before a motion is laid on the floor. Yeah, it's a learning experience for everybody, you, Mr. Falk, as well as the general public and how government operates. And so oftentimes, while we may disagree with the way in which a particular position is taken, questions asked, or what have you, it's important for us as a hearing board to educate the general public on why it's important to be able to provide as much information as humanly possible during testimony, not be so steeped in tradition, but use opportunities to teach as well as learn. And so within that vein, it was very important for you, and I'm glad you did. And I'm glad you walked through the various elements of good cause you provided, so that members of the public who view this can also understand exactly what is transpiring. This is a very interesting process, one that's very unique and doesn't necessarily exist throughout the country, as you guys are keenly aware, okay? So again, it's all about teaching. My background is in education. And so we look at opportunities to provide a measure of enlightenment. And so to that end, I'd like to lay a motion on the floor in the matter of Spectra Site Communications LLC, case number 6261-2. I move that we dismiss the petition for an interim variance without prejudice for failure of the board to find good cause to hold a hearing in absence of notice to the public. The board was unable to make the finding relative to good cause because the petitioner was not diligent in filing in a timely manner. Is there a second?
I would second the denial of the variance for those reasons stated.
Any further question or comments relative to the motion? It's been properly moved and second. Any further question or comments?
Again, I would agree to the denial. And I just want to add, well, let's take the vote first because I do, for efficiency purposes, we have a rule and we bifurcate the hearing specifically for that. And we follow the rule, not follow tradition, but following the rule. And for efficiency purposes, we determine
right now,
first,
on the
can I
motion.
let me finish?
The
We
motion.
determine is whether there's good cause first, and then before we go to the interim and then make the sixth finding. So yes, I agree with the motion to deny, sorry.
Thank you. Let's just keep the conversation germane to the motion. Any additional comments relative to? All right, roll call. Dr. Abraham,
Aye.
Ms. Conager Macklin,
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta,
Aye.
Mr. Balakapalan,
Aye.
Holly, aye, and the motion has been approved unanimously. The matter is hereby dismissed based upon the provisions of the motion. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
10-minute recess off the record. Next case. Okay, we're back. No, hold on one quick second, which the recording is paused. All right, we're back on the record at 11:15 a.m. I'm going to recognize Mr. Creditor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the rulings from this tribunal on the other two matters, we would like to request that the hearing on the interim variance application under 6262-1 be taken off calendar without prejudice with regular variance hearing.
Granted.
Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. All right. The next up, USA Waste of California, case number 5139-3.
Do you need a second to get a computer?
Absolutely, not a problem at all. Take as much time as you need. They also have a PowerPoint presentation, correct? Council,
Not a presentation, we're gonna put the
Okay.
exhibits out.
Very well.
so everybody can see them much more easily.
do we have copies of the exhibits?
Yes,
Perfect.
but my preference, if, are we okay talking off the record? Yeah, my preference would be to hand out the exhibits as we get to them. I heard you earlier say you prefer to get them all up front. But if it's okay with you, we'd like to do it one at a time. There's only gonna be 2 or 3. Acceptable?
I'm pretty collegial and collaborative, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is all good.
You know what I mean. The rest of our nations.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so since I gave you a little grace, are you Mr. Weiss?
I thought after Mr. Weiss retired, that would stop. I'm actually Mr. Weiss.
Okay, I'm sorry. Weiss, okay, Weiss. All right, so can you do me a favor? If you can number the exhibits, just so that we're not taking any additional time numbering.
We can
the
do that.
exhibits. Okay, very well. So there's 1, 2, 3, essentially.
We use the numbers.
There we go, 1,
What's
2,
the
3.
alphabet? Okay,
Now,
We
she
can
has
do
the
that.
alphabets, and you have the numbers.
perfect.
All right, my friend, why don't you please provide an introduction as to who you are?
Good morning, Chair, honorable board members. I'm Malcolm Weiss. Malcolm, last name Weiss, Weiss. I'm with Hunton Andrews Kurth, and I'm representing the petitioner USA Waste of California.
All right, and then for the,
Mary Reichert on behalf of the executive officer. Thank you.
okay, thank you very kindly. So how many witnesses will you have?
I'm sorry,
Just-
I only have one witness. Claire at the end is my colleague
Okay, just,
assisting today.
and just for the record, you took the oath earlier.
I did not take the oath earlier,
Okay.
We
but I
do
don't
not,
anticipate testifying.
Oh, okay, all right, so you won't, okay, very well. So you be the only speaker, Mr. Weiss?
I've got an opening statement, yes,
Okay, very well. Wait, so you have one witness,
correct.
and that witness did take the oath?
He did earlier today, hit
Very
correct.
well. Okay, your name, sir, just,
My name is Christian Colleen, and I did take the oath.
thank you very kind. All right. Mr. Weiss, opening statements, please.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's going to be a little bit of a long one. I'll try to truncate it as much as I can. I want to give you a little bit of background about why we're here today and about the facility, and then get into the good cause. I also understand, Mr. Chair, that we're going to bifurcate the hearing. We're going to do good cause. There will probably be a vote on that, assuming that we proceed and we get the votes necessary. Then we'll move to the 6 findings. Is that
Absolutely.
perfect? So the subject of the variance petition that we filed on July 19th is the El Sobrante landfill. It's a regional waste disposal facility that provides an essential public service as defined by South Coast rules and regulations. The relief that we're requesting today is actually very narrow. USA Waste requests a variance from a permitted total sulfur monthly average. I'm going to repeat that, a total sulfur monthly average, which is in their permit, which is stated as 60 parts per million volume. And it's for the flame number 4 system. They have 2 flares. We're only talking about flare number 4 system. It's one of the 2 flare systems that control landfill gas at the facility. The 60 ppm monthly limit applies to sulfur concentrations measured at the inlet of the flare, not the outlet. A lot of times the board is going to hear information from other facilities, oil refineries, whatever, talk about the outlet. We're only talking about the inlet. Based upon lab results that were received shortly before the variance petition was filed, petitioner suddenly discovered that the sulfur concentrations in the landfill gas being routed to flare number 4 were in excess of the 60 part per million concentration limit at the inlet. So we think you're going to be able to find good cause for granting the interim variance today because upon determining that the facility was out of compliance with a single permit condition, petitioner exercised diligence in petitioning for an interim variance and for a regular variance. That regular variance is scheduled for September 4th. The circumstances leading to the exceedance of flare number 4 monthly average sulfur limit could not have been reasonably avoided or anticipated in sufficient time to provide for public notice of this variance hearing, as we'll explain today through the testimony. The timing of the petitioner's interim variance request, we think was as quickly as they could once they identified that they actually had a non-compliance issue. It's not a static situation out at the landfill. There could be situations where petitioner think, oh, maybe I'll be in violation, maybe I won't, but they couldn't come in here until they knew they were going to have a violation, that they were in violation or they would be in violation. So had they moved too slowly, you may have determined that they could meet the good cause requirement, but we think they moved at just the right speed, and we got in here as soon as we could upon USA Waste making the determination that they would be in violation. So as the testimony will show, US Waste moved expeditiously upon assessing that it was or soon would be in violation, again, of just a single permit limit. The petitioner determined that it would require more than 90 days to come into compliance, whether that would be through permitting processes or physical fixes out at the landfill. And they simply waiting the 45-day period for regular variance with public notice was not appropriate for air quality or its own compliance obligations, especially in view of likely district enforcement. We have been working with district council and the parties have reached agreement on proposed variance conditions. For this interim variance, as the proposed conditions will require, as proposed, the conditions will require the petitioner to do a bunch of things. I've been doing this a long time. I would say this is one of the longest set of conditions I've seen. They're going to continue investigating the cause of their sulfur exceedance of that 60 part per million. And that sulfur exceedance is really based on one compound called dimethyl sulfide, DMS. Dimethyl sulfide DMS. We're just going to refer to it as DMS going forward. And the exceedance, so they're continuing to investigate the causes of the DMS exceedances, the sulfur exceedances, as well as viable treatment or compliance options. They're going to be required to test and analyze the landfill gas entering the flare 4 system for sulfur and other compounds. And they're under a tight regimen of reporting these results to district staff on a very regular basis, 1 to 2 weeks, depending on what the issue is. Has the board received a copy of the stipulated proposed?
Yes.
Yes, okay, just want to be sure. So you have that.
Exhibit A, just for the record.
Thank you. Additionally, we've been requesting to meet with the district council and staff in person, and we're hopeful that we can do that within a week's time of today's hearing and before the regular variance. in order to iron out whatever additional issues we need to iron out, to see what our permitting is, and to see if we can get any technological fixes from the district, if there are any that they're aware of. We understand that the district does not oppose the interim variance request. So in support of USA's petition, I intend to present one witness, Mr. Christian Colleen, who's already been sworn in today, whose role includes air compliance with the El Sobrante landfill and other West Coast facilities operated by USA Waste and its affiliates. His testimony will cover the equipment and the nature of the noncompliance at issue, the circumstances giving rise to the need for this variance request, and why your board can find the good cause findings necessary in order to grant the interim variance today. Mr. Colleen's testimony will also establish foundation for making the 6 findings, assuming we get through the good cause provisions. Unless the board prefers otherwise, we intend to bifurcate, as already said. And that'll bring to a close my opening statement.
Thank you, Ms. Riker.
Thank you. At this time, the district is not opposed to the finding of good cause. As petitioner noted, we have requested extensive conditions to be imposed. The district is closely monitoring the situation at this landfill and trying to determine what all is going on and what is causing these exceedances. We're going to be working with the facility moving forward in advance of the regular variance hearing to ensure that these conditions are met and see what other actions might need to be taken. But at this time, we think that they do meet the requirements of good cause, and therefore the district is not opposed to that finding. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Mr. Weiss, your first witness.
Mr. Colleen, can you please state your name and spell it for the record? I know you did once, but let's do it again.
Sure. My name is Christian Colleen. Last name's C-O-L-L. Oh, okay. Christian, C-H-R-I-S-T-I-A-N. Last name Colleen, C-O-L-L-I-N-E.
And
I-N-E, yes.
have you been administered the oath today?
Yes, I have.
And can you please state the name of your employer and the title of your position?
I work for Waste Management and I'm Director of Air Programs for the West.
And can you briefly describe the relationship between Waste Management and the petitioner USA Waste of California?
USA Waste of California is a wholly owned subsidiary of Waste Management.
And in your job, what are your responsibilities?
I'm responsible for compliance and permitting of 12 landfills in California.
And are you familiar with the district's permit program, the Clean Air Act requirements, and specific rules that we will be discussing today?
Yes, I am.
And does your background include having served as a board member for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Hearing Board? And if so, for how many years?
Yes, I was the engineer member for the Bay Area Air Quality Management District Hearing Board for 13 years.
And and are you familiar with the El Sobrante landfill at issue in this petition?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell us a little bit about the facility? But before you do that, Claire, if you would post up the first exhibit. I have to mark each one, sorry. Is there any special way you'd like me to do that?
It's perfectly fine, just in the upper left corner, right corner. But just for the record, the gentleman is showing the board Exhibit 1. And you'll also provide a copy to members of the board.
So this is going to take 1 second. Here, let me give you a few of them too. Got 2 more over there.
And you have a, there you go.
Thank you.
We have a copy for the clerk. We need 1 copy for the clerk.
One more. Is that one marked?
Need 2 additional copies, Madam Clerk? Okay, very well.
Sorry, I do understand it's a little disruptive, but it's the way we prepared. So we also agreed that we would put it up on the monitor. You can see it, I presume, in front of you. This is exhibit number 1. Mr. Colleen, is this a true and accurate aerial photograph of the El Sobrante landfill?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe what the facility does?
So El Sobrante landfill is a regional solid waste disposal facility that takes waste in, municipal solid waste and others from the waste shed here in Southern California and is disposed and placed in the landfill. It takes in waste from commercial, residential, and industrial customers throughout the area. It's an essential public service under Regulation 13. It takes in approximately 62,000 tons a week. It's a very large facility as landfills go. There's a total of 1,322 acres, most of which is wildlife preserve, and 470 acres are the actual landfill. It's the permitted landfill itself. And that's shown in the outline in blue in the diagram.
Thank you. And is the facility deemed an essential public service for regulatory purposes under Reg 13?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Colleen, have you reviewed the petition and its attachments submitted as part of this matter?
Yes, I have.
And are they true and correct?
Yes, it is.
What is the equipment that is the subject of the interim variance request?
The scope is quite limited. It's one landfill gas control system, flare number 4, that includes collection and the system.
And this diagram that we are about to introduce as Exhibit 2 is actually attached to the petition as well. So it's up to the board if you would like us to identify it as a new Exhibit 2 or whether we should just go with a version that's in the petition. We wanted to provide a copy for you so you didn't have to page through the petition. Right, but we have another exhibit, a diagram of the facility that looks like that. So again, that was attached to the petition, but we also have a larger copy if it's easier for the board to see it.
Do you have a copy, 6 copies? Okay,
Yeah.
very well.
Do you want us to mark it as an exhibit or should we just leave that up as the exhibit? Because it's attached to the
Yeah, go ahead and
petition.
mark it.
Okay,
I
we'll
mean, it's-
mark it
it's-
as 2.
It's within the petition, but just makes it easier for us to.
Those are all marked too.
And just for the record, it is attachment B, but we'll go ahead and just take it in since you have it up. So
Wasn't sure which way to do it, so
no problem at all. No harm, no foul.
that's the advantage of having a board member as your witness. He knows what to expect and what you guys don't want to have to work through. So I believe the board members all now have a diagram 2, which we just introduced into an exhibit, which is also in the petition. Mr. Colleen, can you briefly describe the diagram that outlines the gas collection control system that the board members now have and that's up on the screen?
Yes. So the big box is the El Sobrante landfill itself with the gas collection and control system. That is routed into an H2S treatment system, which is then routed into a common blower system that then feeds the individual's flare number 3 and number 4. Number 4 is the one we're here for the variance for, and that's where we take the sample at the inlet. The H2S treatment system is very effective at removing H2S. It's a carbon absorption system. However, it has no effect and does not remove DMS in any way, shape, or form.
And again, there's a common blower to each flare?
Yes, so it's both flares are fed from one blower system. It's a common blower, so they both receive the same gas.
And can you explain the primary function of the permitted flare number 4 system?
So flare number 4 is designed to control and destroy landfill gas and emissions from the landfill. It's required under both Title V, federal, local, and state regulations to be operated.
And your Title V permit has a number of conditions, obviously. Permit condition number 26 contains several SOx limits, including the 60 ppm average monthly concentration rate, correct?
That is correct.
And it also has an 85 parts per million average daily limit for concentration of SOx, correct?
Yes,
It is a 60 part per million average monthly concentration limit, the SOx issue at issue in this variance.
yes, it is.
So you are currently in compliance with all the other SOx limitations in your permit.
Yes, we're only requesting a variance from the 160 ppm limit.
So USA Waste is seeking the interim regular variance from District Rules 203B, 3002C1, and condition number 26 of the permit to operate fire number 4 system, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And that's what's listed in our variance petition, and the relevant portions of the permit that are included as attachment A in the petition.
And compliance with this requirement is measured where on the flare system 4?
It's measured in the flare inlet.
So why is USA Waste seeking a variance from the 60 ppm SOx requirement at this point?
Through periodic testing, we discovered the facility is out of compliance with the 60 ppm limit due to high levels of dimethyl sulfide that is generated by the decomposition of waste in the landfill.
And the dimethyl sulfide is the DMS I referenced earlier, correct?
Yes, sir. There's only one limited area of the landfill that's producing the DMS, and it's waste that was deposited 20 years ago or more. We need relief from this monthly limit while we work through to try to understand it better and figure out ways to either control DMS or obtain permits or otherwise get into compliance.
Thank you. And do you know why the DMS concentration suddenly and materially increased in July?
The exact reason actually is unknown, but appears to correlate with increased landfill internal temperatures inside of the landfill. We do not fully understand why the 60 ppm limit was breached in July of 2024 and how to control it. We have done extensive investigation and research, and there is no fire occurring in the landfill. However, the DMS appears to be related to some form of chemical reaction.
And I understand part of that reaction may generate heat,
Yes, it does.
but it has not resulted in any kind of fire underground or anything along those lines.
Based on all our investigation, there's no evidence of a fire at the landfill.
And has USA Waste been seeking ways to address the DMS increase? And if so, can you outline those steps, please?
Yes, we've actually been working diligently to try to control the temperatures and the DMS, including increasing gas collection well density in the area to remove landfill gas and pressure. We've installed pumps in 18 wells, gas collection wells in the area to dewater and then reduce temperatures and pressure. We're conducting enhanced monitoring as required by federal regulations. We've been investigating various DMS treatment systems, whether they're viable or not. We're working on an application to increase the 60 ppm limit for DMS. And finally, we've begun installing temperature probes and piezometers to try to better characterize the landfill and what's happening subsurface.
Thank you. We're going to introduce exhibit number 3, which is a short timeline, which will help establish our good cause.
So what the gentleman handed out, just for the record, as an attachment D, it's within the petition, but we'll just go ahead and take it as an exhibit. It'll be exhibit number 3. He referenced 3 exhibits, so we'll just accept it. This is 3, correct? All right.
Number 3, correct. Everybody good?
But it's fine because it's in the petition. It's fine.
It is. We got it.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Proceed.
So again, this exhibit 3, also attachment D in the petition, is a short timeline to highlight the issues and how quickly we were able to come in and seek this interim variance request. Is this a true and accurate depiction of the timeline that we're working under?
Yes, it is.
All right, so let's focus first on the interim variance requirement for good causes. We already have been a little bit, but are you familiar with the requirements that the hearing board must find that there is good cause to justify a hearing on an interim variance petition without giving notice to the public?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so let's focus on that justification. How and when did USA Waste assess the flare number 4 system may have trouble complying with 60 ppm limit in condition 26 as depicted on the exhibit 3?
So we took a sample on June 28th and found that the results came back on July 1st, indicating limit DMS and sulfur levels above our permit condition. And that's when we had heightened concern of potential non-compliance. We subsequently took steps to include confirmation sampling to verify the results.
And can you elaborate why you had heightened concerns on July 1st? And before you answer, let me go ahead and introduce a lab report. You do not yet have this exhibit, so this will be exhibit 4. This is not attached to our petition. Claire, can we actually do all 3 separate exhibits?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, just so we're clear, we have a hard stop at noon for lunch. Because it appears we're going to go over.
I don't think as quick as you can, but
Six. Can I count?
There's two copies there.
Yeah. Here's a 6 for Mary.
So there's it. Okay, so just so we're clear, we have 5 exhibits, or is there a 6th one?
there's 3 more coming. They look very similar, so there's 3 more, should be 4, 5, and 6.
The documents before us is from ATMAA Inc.
Correct. And there are 3 separate test results on there. Each document is a separate test result.
Last one. And this is the first one.
Okay, so everybody now should have exhibits 4, 5, and 6, which are lab test results from the lab that the petitioner uses to assess their SOx concentrations at the inlet. It's important that we hand out all 3 of these exhibits so you get a better sense of the timeline that was up. Go ahead and leave that timeline up if you would, Claire. Let's walk through these exhibits. So first of all, exhibit 4. is a document from ATMAA Inc., and it's a lab analysis report. Number 5 is also from ATMAA Inc., and it's also a lab report with a different date, and the same for number 6. Different dates showing the progression of what led petitioner to conclude that they would be in violation. So let's go back to exhibit number 4, please, Mr. Colleen.
Okay.
Can you elaborate why you had heightened concerns about on July 1 about the DMS and sulfur concentrations?
So the sample that was taken on June 28th and reported to us on July 1st showed an overall total reduced sulfur concentration of almost 71 ppm, of which almost 60 ppm of that was DMS. Remember, our monthly average limit is 60 ppm. We have a daily limit of 85 ppm. At that point, we realized that potentially we were over the monthly limit and ordered confirmation sampling. We subsequently had confirmation sampling done on July 8th, requested accelerated turnaround time to receive results on July 9th. That sampling, which is shown in Exhibit 5, shows a 65 ppm total reduced sulfur concentration, of which 53 is DMS.
So at this point, you had a July 1st test result. You wanted to confirm that, and you asked for sampling to be taken on July 8th, and you received that result on July 9th, correct?
That is correct.
And both of those results were above the 60 ppm concentration for SOx.
Yes, they were.
And the vast majority of that SOx contribution came from DMS, is that correct?
That is correct.
So let's move to exhibit number 6. What did you do once you received the July 9th lab report from the sampling taken on July 8th?
To further confirm and have better statistics, we took a subsequent confirmation sample on July 10th, and we requested immediate turnaround from the laboratory. We received report and results also on July 10th. That report showed a TRS concentration of almost 66 ppm with a DMS of 54. So those 3 samples, and especially on July 10th, indicated to us that we were not meeting our monthly requirement of 60 ppm, at which point we determined there was a non-compliance issue and worked with our inside and outside legal counsels to prepare the petition that you see here before you.
Thank you. So as I understand it, in the space of about 9 days, including over the July 4th holiday, you collected the 2 additional samples. You had the sample rush analyzed by ATMAA, and you move forward expeditiously to get those sample results and push the turnaround.
That is correct.
And did you assess the landfill was out of compliance on July 10th?
Yes, we did. That's when we determined we were out of compliance with the 60 ppm monthly average in condition 26.
And the variance petition was filed shortly thereafter on July 19th, correct?
That is correct.
Have you had more lab reports since the petition was filed?
Yes, we had additional laboratory results taken on July 17th, July 25th, and July 31st. Those results showed around 65 ppm of TRS and 50 to 54 of DMS. So they're consistent with the previous results.
And you were generally getting the turnaround within about 4 to 5 to 6 days at that point on the lab results once the sample was taken?
Yes, we did.
So those results were generally consistent with what you saw earlier in July, correct?
That is correct.
So what do you see as the good cause here?
So the good cause is we only recently determined that we are out of compliance with the district permit limit in flare number 4, the 60 ppm monthly average. If we only sought a regular variance, it would have to be at least 45 days for public notice, which would put us out of compliance during that entire period. We believe it's really imprudent to wait for the hearing board at a regular variance hearing because we'd be out of compliance. We are trying to figure out how to best address this issue and resolve it. Have rescheduled a regular variance hearing on September 4th to allow for public notice and opportunity for comment at that time.
Thank you. And could the circumstances leading to the landfill gas sulfur exceedances have reasonably been avoided or anticipated in sufficient time to provide for public notice?
No, actually, to avoid these exceedances, we have to understand their causes, which are still unknown at this point. We're not sure what's generating the DMS. We've been searching actively. There are no known emission control devices that we're aware of that reduce DMS in the landfill, including the already installed sulfur treatment system that handles H2S at the flare number 4. And finally, we only figured out a few weeks ago with expedited results on July 10th that we had a compliance issue. We've exercised diligence and petitioning for a variance the very next week, as soon as feasible, once we realized a variance was needed.
Thank you, Mr. Colleen. That concludes our direct.
Thank you very kindly, Ms. Ragnar Cross.
Thank you. Could you discuss how do you typically calculate and demonstrate compliance with the monthly SOx limit?
So we are required to take samples quarterly. And we take those samples quarterly and we look at the results. If additional testing is required or warranted, we will average the results within a month to determine compliance with the monthly average.
Okay, so there isn't ongoing testing monthly, it's just based on the last quarterly test?
And now, as a result of the exceedance, we are testing more frequently, and obviously with the conditions, we'll be testing very frequently.
So based on the tests that you received, at what point, the test results, at what point was it immediately upon the first test results, or when did you realize that there was going to be no way to average out and reach and meet the 60 limit for the month?
So because the result came as somewhat of a surprise, we took immediate confirmation sampling. Once those results came back, we did a further confirmation sampling, and they were consistent. At that point, all 3 of those results were above the 60 ppm, and even if averaged, would it show an exceedance. That's when we concluded we were out of compliance with the monthly average.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions on good cause.
Members of the board.
Excuse me, I just have one redirect question, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead, sir.
So in the prior year in testing for for sulfur, would you say that the sulfur results total, including the DMS, averaged in the range of 50 parts per million or so?
Yes, they did.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, at this time, we're going to go ahead and recess. We'll come back at 12:35 is an ample time. 12:45. Come back at 12:45. Thank you. We're off the record day.
Thank you.
Start the recording. Could we do an audio test real fast? I didn't hear anybody.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. We're back on the record. Thank.
Perfect.
We can hear your miraculous voice. All right. Okay, we're back on the record at 12:47 p.m. and we were actually in the midst of allowing members of the board to ask questions. Are there any questions?
May I interject one comment, please?
Go right ahead, my friend.
I just want to make sure that if there are any members of the public, that they have an opportunity to testify, if they're on the phone or otherwise. That's all.
No, we were going to do that.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we were going to do that. Thank you very kindly. Much appreciated. Okay. All right, members of the board.
Yes, I do, Chair. And this is Mr. Colleen. I'm trying to go through the four good cause finding. And so let me take the first one. The petition said you're in violation of 203B 3002C1 and the permit condition number 26 for flare number 4. Now from the drawing and the analysis, it shows the exceedance are also on flare number, the inlet for flare number 3. Now does flare number 3 have a different set of condition? Why is flare number 3 not in violation?
That's a great question. So flare number 3 was the first flare we have, and it has different permit conditions and does not have that 60 ppm limit associated with it.
Okay, all right. What about then there, besides 26, let me see, the 60 ppm, there's also on condition 26, an hourly limit 3.85. Is the facility in compliance with that hourly limit for SOx with the exceedance of the SOx now levels?
That's one of the things we looked at, and yes, the facility is currently in compliance with that 3.85 pounds an hour.
Okay, all right. And let me go to the next finding. Circumstances leading to the violation could not have been avoided. Now your timeline shows that there was testing done. First indication was on June 28th. There was prior testing. I heard your testimony that there's a requirement for quarterly testing. Is that?
Yes.
And where is that? Is it on the flare permit or is it someplace else?
I believe it's in our 431.1 plan.
Now, okay, I'm glad you brought that up. 431.1 requires either continuous monitoring or some alternate monitoring. As far as do you know if they have an alternate monitoring plan?
We have an alternative monitoring plan.
And that requires quarterly?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
That
let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
Prior to that, when was the last time, prior to June 28th, when was the last time you had some results of the inlet to the flare number 4?
Would have been.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Prior to the June 28th results, when was the last test that was you had results from for the inlet to the flare, and what were the readings at that time?
Just very small charts. Given one
Yeah.
second. 628 North Indian.
So February 9th, we did the quarterly sample.
And it showed
So it showed a total of 58.6
Okay.
Go ahead, 58 what?
ppm.
What was being measured?
Total reduced sulfur was 56.8 ppm
On the month, the monthly average you're talking about?
for the February 9th sample that you asked.
Okay, all right, so, okay. So that, number two, so I think your timeline showed you were, once you found out in June 28th, I see on timeline, you were pretty diligent in petitioning, so I was going to issue that. And the last one, and I'll save that. You know, I think you met the last one because you, as you indicated, you're a essential public service and the landfill is always operating. So there's nothing you can do about that. But I had some questions regarding DMS and, you know, but I'll save that for the next phase of the hearing if we get there. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any additional questions, Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Thank you. This topography appears pretty rough terrain. So I'm looking for proximity to residential neighborhoods, and I only see some along Dawson Canyon and I think that's about it. Are there any other residential neighborhoods besides along Dawson Canyon?
Not that I'm aware of in the immediate vicinity.
Okay, so how far away would you say that at least the collection that's close to the key of the map, about how far away from the landfill would you say that is approximately?
So are you looking from the distance from the landfill to the residences?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? I mean, based on the scale of the map and looking at that, it's roughly 2,000 feet.
Okay,
Maybe
have
a
you
little more.
received any complaints from any of the residences surrounding the landfill?
Do you mean since the filing of or since early July? Is that what you're looking for, when the event occurred?
Let's say the past year. Let's just call the past year,
I don't know the answer to.
if you know it.
If you know.
I'm not sure who filed the complaints or where they were from, but there have been a few odor complaints in that period.
In that period, okay. What are you calling that period?
The 1-year period that
Okay,
you
the 1-year
mentioned.
Period, all right. Okay. Would you say it's more than 10, less than 10?
I am not familiar as to how many there were.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the board? All right, and just for clarification, no one has sought recognition to provide testimony online, Madam Clerk? I just want to be very clear, so we don't have to walk down that road again. All right, Mr. Weiss.
Appreciate your attention. Thank you for your time this morning, bleeding into the afternoon. We think from Mr. Colleen's testimony that it's clear that good cause for granting the interim variance can be found here. In fact, the circumstances here illustrate the very reason for the interim variance process through the Health and Safety Code and through your regulations and the board hearing board procedures. It's to provide short-term relief for a regulated entity who discovers an issue beyond their reasonable control, and that compliance with the discrete permit condition here is just not feasible at this point. They've exercised due diligence in petitioning the board, and they're taking all feasible steps, including agreeing to the proposed conditions for the variance, which the district has proffered and submitted this morning. I do hope that the board members have had a chance to at least peruse through those conditions, if not read them in detail, but that would be useful. So given the short time span between the when USA Waste assessed the sulfur exceedance that caused a violation in this hearing, there's simply no opportunity to provide public notice. I remind the board that we have a regular variance petition hearing scheduled for September 4th. USA Waste realized that there was a potential issue with the increased DMS concentrations in the gas that feeds flare number 4 system at the inlet, and that it would result in non-compliance. And it acted quickly to conduct confirmatory testing, requested expedited lab analysis for these samples. And as Mr. Colleen testified, and as reflected in the exhibits that we provided to the board, it was not until July 10th that USA really determined that it was in non-compliance. They filed their petition within 9 days, and this hearing was scheduled as soon as feasible. We worked very closely with the clerk of the board to make sure we could get on calendar, even today when there were 3 other hearings already scheduled. So we appreciate that. The facility is taking all necessary steps to mitigate and monitor the situation and will do so in accord with the proposed conditions, so long as the variance is issued or granted. We're working to diligently understand the correlation between operating temperatures and the DMS that is being generated. But understanding the underlying issues, determining how to best address them will take some time, and we're going to be working on that in conjunction with the district. We have requested a meeting with the district staff for next week to try to focus on these issues and to focus on past permitting issues and upcoming permitting issues. But in the interim, USA Waste needs the variance coverage to avoid being penalized for the circumstances that are beyond its control, which would have a negative impact on landfill operations and the public with no commensurate benefit. In sum, good cause exists for this board to hear and grant this interim variance request in the absence of notice to the public. Assuming we move forward and the board finds good cause, we can move on to the 6 findings. Ends my closing.
Factor.
Thank you. The district is not opposed to a finding of good cause. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly, members of the board. Mr. Bellacqua.
Yes, I do believe they've met the 4 findings we have to make to find good cause. They are in violation of the rule, specifically condition 26 for flag number 4. They excuse me. And, it appears that they were diligent in filing. Also, they were the test prior to the test on June 28th showed compliance with the 60 ppm limit, and and the denial of the variance would be an unreasonable adverse impact to petitioner and to the community at large too, because the flare need to operate to reduce the odors and so forth. So I do believe they have met the 4 findings, the 4 necessary findings. We need to find good cause to move to the next phase, which is the interim hearing.
Any additional comments, Dr. Abraham?
Yeah, I too can find good cause, and I appreciated the timeline and also just kind of the flow of all the information and the exhibits. It was very easy to follow. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Ms. Verdugo-Prata?
I just wanted to concur with my colleagues here. That timeline, I don't know that businesses realize how important that timeline is to the board. I'm sure a former board member appreciates that. And so thank you for that as well, because that really tells the story. So I am probably going to find good cause as well. Thank you.
All right, there's no additional comments with the board. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Sure.
In the
Very well.
in the matter of U.S. Waste of California, El Sobrante, landfill case number 5139-3, I move that we find good cause to proceed to a hearing for an interim in absence of notice of the public based on our discussion, I believe, to make the findings for good cause.
Second.
So moved by Mr. Bellacqua-Palan, second by Dr. Abraham. Any further question or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call. Dr. Abraham?
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo-Prata?
Aye.
Conacher Macklin?
Aye.
Mr. Bellacqua-Palan?
Aye.
All right, the motion is approved. Good cause has been established, and we'll proceed very rapidly to the next portion of the hearing. We will allow for openings, and perhaps if there's no objection from any members of the hearing board, we'd move all testimony as previously proffered over into this matter. You can provide a very brief opening. And if you have any witnesses, perhaps they're also as equally pithy, and we move forward.
And I had a 2-hour opening all prepared.
I'm very sure you did.
You've heard a lot already, and a lot of what you've already heard goes to the 6 findings. I will truncate my opening that was prepared very tremendously. The petitioner is out of compliance. That's, I think, been established at this point. That the non-compliance is beyond their reasonable control. It's the formation of the DMS within the landfill. And they're evaluating that issue and trying to figure out how to remedy it one way or the other. Requiring compliance on the circumstances would result in an unreasonable taking. That's pretty clear, because if they don't get the variance and they're situated with enforcement from the district, it would place an unreasonable burden on the essential public service. There would be no corresponding benefit to air quality. The landfill is an essential public service. I don't think we all want to think about what would happen if the landfill waste isn't taken to the landfill and starts building up somewhere. Won't go down that road. But there would be no benefit to air quality, because the flare has to operate. The emissions are going to continue to be generated. They've considered curtailing emissions and to the extent that they can, and that's going to be effectuated in part through some of the provisions in the proposed conditions. And during the variance period, USA Waste will reduce the excess emissions to the extent they can, and they're obviously under a very rigid, as I said earlier, rigid framework for doing testing, for taking samples, doing testing, and reporting those results to the district. That is about as short as I can make it. I'll let it go at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Riker?
Thank you. Preliminarily, the district does not oppose incorporating the testimony and evidence presented during the good cause portion. As mentioned in my opening, for that portion, the district is working closely with the landfill to determine the extent of what's causing this DMS increase and monitoring it to ensure that this does not turn into something that could be causing nuisance. I know that it came up in the previous portion. We hope that these conditions that we've proposed will help get more information as well as mitigate any potential excess emissions. And we hopefully will have additional information by the regular variance. But at this time, subject to compliance with the proposed conditions, the district is not opposed to the granting of this variance. Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. All right. I assume you do not have a witness, or am I assuming incorrectly?
I do have a witness. I do want to put testimony on just to make sure that the 6 findings are in the record.
Fair. I wholeheartely agree.
Thank you. The witness has already been sworn in, Christian Colleen. I'll forego the beginning part of that. Thank you. We're going to incorporate the information from this morning, the testimony received, so I'm just going to incorporate that. Mr. Colleen is my witness again for the 6 findings, so we're just going to start in. So has a facility, so on the non-compliance due to conditions beyond a reasonable control, that's the first issue. Has a facility observed elevated temperatures in the gas collection wells over the past year?
Yes.
We have 1 exhibit for this portion.
While he's passing that out, Madam Clerk, if you can just make sure that there's no one online who'd like to provide any testimony relative to. Okay, very well. Yes.
See, I learned my lesson. I got ahead.
Yeah, we already marked this. This is marked Exhibit A. We marked it earlier. So this would be Exhibit 7?
Correct. And it should be marked as such?
Okay, very well. There you go.
So what we're looking at is entitled Phase 8 Well Map, El Sobrante Landfill, is that correct?
Yes,
And is this a true and accurate representation of what is depicted on the exhibit?
yes, it is.
So what area of the facility are we talking about that's actually at issue?
So we're looking at phase 8, and it's a limited area of the yellow area here where we have elevated area of concern.
So what we're looking at on Exhibit 7 is a zoomed in portion of the landfill?
Yes.
Thank you. And on that exhibit, does it identify, I think we talked about the landfill being a total area of over 1,000 acres. And the area of phase 8 in general, which is sort of the dark outlined area on the exhibit, do we know how many acres that is about? Is that
Approximately 20, almost 28 acres.
And then there's a yellow portion on the exhibit. Can you describe what that yellow portion is and its size?
So that we've labeled area of concern, and that's the limited area that we're talking about in regards to the higher temperatures in the DMS generation, and that's approximately 2 acres.
So out of the more than 1,000 acres that are encompassed by this landfill, we're talking about roughly maybe a little bit more acres that are the area of concern.
Yeah, of the 470 acres of the landfill footprint, these are roughly 2 to 3 acres that we're discussing here.
Thank you. Have USA Waste reported these elevated temperatures to the district or other regulatory agencies or both?
Yes, we have. We've reported elevated temperatures through the NESHAP regulations to US EPA and South Coast. We've also reported additional information in our semi-annual NESHAP report that was just submitted at the end of July.
And does South Coast get a copy of those reports?
Yes, they do.
What has USA Waste done to mitigate the increasing temperatures in the area of concern?
Sure. So we've taken a number of steps to address these elevated temperatures, including, as I indicated earlier, increasing the well density, which helps remove landfill gas volumes and relieve pressure in the area. We've installed 18 new pumps in existing gas wells to dewater and also to relieve pressure. We're conducting enhanced monitoring as required by federal regulations. We've also voluntarily installed temperature probes and pressure piezometers to look at temperature and pressure underground to try to better understand what's happening. And finally, we are in the process of permitting flare number 5. That's well along in the permitting process so that we have sufficient gas control capacity and make sure we're well ahead of the curve so we can relieve any pressures and capture any gas that's required at the landfill.
Thank you. Is USA Waste continuing to implement measures to reduce DMS formation?
Yes, we are committed to continuing and implementing all the measures I outlined and any additional ones that we find would be helpful to address this problem.
And again, just to remind the board, am I correct that the DMS concentration pushing you over the 60 ppm limit, it's about 70 to 80% of the total concentration of SOx?
That is correct.
So it is the DMS that really is causing the issues here.
Yes, it is.
That's fine. Is noncompliance with the district rules and permit condition that are subject to USA's waste variance beyond the company's reasonable control?
Yes.
And why is that?
First, the DMS, as indicated, is what's causing our exceedance of the overall TRS level. And it's a byproduct of degeneration and decomposition of existing waste that was placed in 2005. And it cannot be reduced or changed as to what's already in place. And that's what's continuing to generate the DMS. So we have no control over that. We've tried to identify any treatment technology that could remove or reduce the DMS that's going to the flare system. To this date, we haven't found any that's viable or feasible to implement to reduce the DMS. And finally, we are unsure as exactly what is causing it and what is causing the increase or the increased temperatures. And we're looking to try to understand that better as we move forward so that we can mitigate DMS and the temperatures and come back into compliance.
And Mr. Cullen, you mentioned that you've been unable to find any treatment technology that controls the DMS. Have you raised that issue with the AQMD?
We did have meetings with AQMD permitting staff where we discussed DMS and did ask if they were aware of any treatment systems.
Okay, thank you. So I think that pretty well covers it's beyond your reasonable control. Let's move on to compliance would result in an unreasonable taking or practical closing or elimination of a lawful business. So if the petition were to be denied, what effect would this have on USA Waste?
So we would be harmed as gas generation is become, the waste is in place, the gas will continue to generate, we must control it no matter what. So we would basically incur substantial fines, penalties, and potential reputational harm if we were not granted a variance.
And if the board were to deny the variance request, would that be environmentally beneficial?
No, it would not.
Why not?
It would not change the generation of DMS. We'd still have the same amount of DMS and total sulfur emissions and the result of existing waste that's already in place in a limited area of the landfill. So the decomposition process will occur no matter what and must continue to be controlled.
And would it be beneficial to the public for the board to deny the petition?
No, it would not. In fact, it'd be just the opposite. As we said, we're an essential public service. We must continue to accept waste and dispose of it for the Southern California residents.
So clearly denying the petition would be an arbitrary and unreasonable taking of property, but how is that the case?
Yes. So it would lead us to an arbitrary taking of our property by additional fines and penalties for something that we cannot control. That's been from waste that's been placed over 20 years ago. And it would, again, cause an unreasonable burden on an essential public service.
Thank you. So moving on from here, and I think we covered it, so we'll cover it very briefly here, that the taking or closing would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. So if the taking or closing were to occur, would there be any corresponding benefit? You just testified that there weren't.
There would be no benefit.
So have you considered curtailing operations in lieu of a variance?
Yes, we have.
And what have you determined when you did that assessment?
We're really unable to curtail operations. We must continue to control gas that's already being generated from waste placed long ago, and it would be a harm to the public and the essential public service.
Thank you. So moving to the excess emissions issues, are you looking to and have you, well, let me start backwards a little bit. Do you anticipate any excess emissions?
Yes, there will be excess emissions.
And was that referenced in the petition originally? And if so, at what level?
Yes, so we placed in the petition, calculated during the petition period, 8.22 pounds per day on average excess SOx emissions.
And how do you come about that calculation? Can you give a little bit of background? Let's keep it as simple as possible.
Sure. So we use the actual gas flow rate that is going to flare 4, and we use the laboratory concentrations, calculate the emissions. We then calculate the same emissions at the same flow using the 60 ppm limit, subtract the two, and that's the excess.
So the allowed emissions were subtracted from the calculated daily, correct?
Correct.
How will USA Waste ensure that the excess emissions are reduced to the maximum extent feasible during the variance period?
So as one of the variance conditions that has been granted, we're going to try to put as much gas as we can that's feasible into flare 3, which has different limits than flare 4, and continue to investigate any treatment options or any other options that we have available to minimize flare 4 DMS emissions.
Great. So we've covered the first five. We're going to cover the last of the six requirements. Will you be able to monitor or otherwise quantify the emissions levels?
Yes.
And are you aware of the variance conditions that the district and USA Waste have stipulated to in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I am.
And you've read through those conditions in detail?
Yes, I have.
On your own, I assume, and in group settings as well?
Yes.
Will these conditions ensure that the emissions are monitored or otherwise quantified from flare number 4 system? And will you report those levels to the district?
Yes, we will.
Are you confident that USA Waste will be able to comply with these conditions and fully implement them at the facility?
Yes, that is our intention.
Is there anything else you'd like to add or share with the hearing board before we end your testimony today?
Sure. USA Waste is really motivated to achieve compliance and continues to investigate the cause of DMS increases and treatment options. Would like nothing better than to find a treatment system for DMS. We are seeking to implement a solution for total sulfur exceedances, including the filing in October of 2023, a third flare system, as I mentioned before, flare 5. So concludes.
That concludes our direct. Thank you.
Ms. Wright, can I redirect?
Thank you. So
Cross, I'm sorry.
that's okay. I just had a clarification question between Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 7. I just noticed something on Exhibit 1 that says impact area. Does that have anything to do with this, or is that completely separate?
Let me,
Right in the middle. And outlined in red.
Up here. Right there.
yeah, I see it here. I think that's, and I am not the endangered species or anything expert. It may be related to that, but I am not sure actually.
Okay, but that doesn't have anything to do with the area that you're observing the increased well temperatures?
No, if you look on the drawing, it says phase 8. down
I
over.
figured. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
I noticed that notation, and I just wanted to confirm. Okay, thank you for that. What are the typical temperatures that would be observed under normal operating conditions in these wells?
I mean, normal landfill gas wells vary in a lot of different temperatures, but most wells you would expect to be 145 and under.
Okay, and are there conditions on your permit limiting the maximum temperature in the wells?
There are permit conditions as well as federal regulations that in regards to wellhead temperature limits.
And what are those? What is the maximum that you're allowed under the permit and federal regulations?
So federal regulations, in particular the NESHAP regulation, allows 145 without a higher operating value being granted. The permit talks about a 131, and that was derived from NSPS WW limitations.
Okay. What are the what is the range of increased temperatures that you're noticing in the area of concern?
So we have a number of wells that are over 145, and those we're conducting enhanced monitoring on. We also have in the yellow areas shown on the drawing, those wells are above 170 degrees.
Could you just list out which ones you're referring to?
Go ahead. If you can do it. Go ahead and put that back up if you want.
I'm just curious because some of them are right along the edge. So I just wanted to clarify which ones are included and
So
excluded.
every one of the wells that are along the edge as well as inside are all nominally over 170.
Okay. What is, excuse me, what's the highest temperature that you've recorded in any of these wells?
I believe it's around just over 200 degrees.
Okay. What is that? What do those increased wellhead temperature readings indicate to you?
I mean, they can indicate many things initially. The first thing you would look for is there a fire or SSO, subsurface oxidation condition?
So can you explain SSO? Just define it.
Sure. Subsurface oxidation, i.e. fire condition. It could also mean there's a reaction going on that is exothermic and providing additional heat in the area. And then for not quite as high as that, there can be areas of landfill where there's increased waste decomposition that may be warmer than the standard temperatures.
Have you determined which of these options is occurring in this area?
We've kind of ruled it out by process of elimination. It is not a fire. We have investigated that thoroughly. There is high CO, which is an indicator of fire, but that's not what we believe is going on here. We have no evidence of smoke, odor that's fire related, ash, and those types of things, melted wells that would indicate any kind of fire or subsurface oxidation. The temperatures, as I said, over 170, probably not biologic or limited biologic activity. So that leads us to some type of reaction, chemical reaction, as I indicated earlier, that's going on.
Okay. Are you able, have you determined why this chemical reaction is occurring?
I wish I knew. We have not been able to determine why it's occurring.
Okay. Has there been any settling or depression in the area of concern?
I don't have exact figures, but there has been some settling to my knowledge.
Can you give just an approximation of what we're talking about? Inches, feet? General idea?
I think it's more in the foot range than the inch range.
Like multiple feet range?
As I said, I don't have exact
No,
figures.
I know,
so
but if you're saying 1 foot versus 10 feet, well, those are two very different things. So are you?
I don't have exact figures. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is that something you'd be able to get and report to us?
I could talk to people and see what data that we have.
Okay. You mentioned that you've added 18 new pumps to dewater and release pressure. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many of those are in this area of concern?
I forgot to mention, if you look on the diagram, there's a bunch of squares around many of the wells. Those squares indicate a pump is in that well. I don't know if that's clear or not.
Yeah, maybe you could show, I don't know if you could zoom in and give us an example.
So if you look right in the middle, EW 2387.
Let me think if I bring it up in a PDF, it'll be easier to see.
Okay. While she's bringing that up, can I ask a clarifying question?
Can I point out one thing on that one? Is that okay?
Sure.
So if you look in the middle, there's a well, EW 2380 something. I can't read the last
87,
number.
I think.
But there's a square around that one. So that would indicate a well.
I'd
Pump,
call it a
pump.
diamond, but yes.
Depends which way you orient it, right?
So around this, there's also numerous places where it says temp probe 1, temp probe 4. Do you have temperature probes in each of the wells, or only where it's noted that there's a temperature probe?
So those temperature probes are separate from the wells, and that's where we're going to take downhole temperature to try to understand the temperature profile underground. Regular wells do not have a temperature monitoring other than when we take the landfill gas readings, we take the landfill gas temperature.
I'm sorry, you take the landfill gas temperature where?
At the wellhead, when we do our weekly or monthly sampling.
Okay, and do you sample all the wells at that time?
For enhanced monitoring, we're required to sample weekly for the wells over 145, and those we do in, all at the same time. May take a couple days.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the wells that have shown to be above 145, now you're going to have increased monitoring where you're going to have to take measurements each week. Is that correct?
Yes, under Quad A NESHAP regulations.
Okay. And then how frequently are you taking the temperature measurements of other wells that have not already demonstrated an increased temperature?
So as required, we take monthly readings and temperatures
Okay.
for standard
And-
wells.
And then if any of those show that, then you have the show above 145 degrees, then you would increase the frequency.
We would then implement the enhanced monitoring program.
Okay. Have you been testing the gases in the area of concern?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Have you been, I'm just trying to determine if you've been able to isolate or pinpoint that the DMS, the increased DMS is coming from this area. So have you done any pointed testing of the gases to see what the constituents are?
Okay, we did do sampling of wells in the area to try to understand if this is where the DMS was coming from. And we did find that wells in this area had very elevated levels of DMS.
Okay. And how has that compared to wells in other areas of the landfill?
So the other areas that we'll just say the standard areas of the landfill are not the area of concern. DMS is typically well under 5 at a wellhead.
And in these, they're in the 60 range, is that correct?
The 60 is the overall
Overall.
average at the flare.
Okay.
We have, the amounts we're seeing in the individual wells in the area of concern are well above that.
Okay. Do you have any numbers?
They're in the hundreds to maybe low thousands
Okay.
ppm.
And then because it's mixed with the gas from the rest of the landfill, that's how we end up around 60 for the overall.
Yes.
Okay. Aside from the increase in DMS and the observed increased temperatures, are there any other symptoms, for lack of a better word, in the area of concern that you've observed? I think you mentioned you didn't see smoke, but excess leachate, any leachate outside of the closed system, anything else that's unusual in that area?
Let me confer for 1 second. Sorry, could you repeat the question? We want to be sure that he gives the right answer to the right
Sure.
question.
Other than an increase in DMS and of the observed increased temperatures, have you noticed any other symptoms or any other unusual instances occurring in that area that is not occurring elsewhere, such as smoke, excess leachate, more leachate than you're used to, leachate that's leaked out where it's not supposed to, or not being contained in a closed system, et cetera?
So, as I said, we haven't seen any smoke. We have had a well that there was a malfunction, a breakdown of the well head, and it did release leachate and gas to the surrounding area of the well.
Okay. So it was leaking out from that well?
It was coming out of that well, yes.
Okay. And how much leachate came out of that, or can you give us an idea of like what this event was like?
I don't have quantities of the amount of leachate that came out of that event, so I actually can't answer that question.
How long was it leaking or coming out?
So it happened over a period of a few days where we tried to fix it, and then unfortunately it failed again and continued. I believe, let me confirm here. That's right. It was approximately 29 hours that this event occurred over 3 different periods.
So there was stopping and restarting for a total
So we
of,
tried to repair it, and then the repair did not hold. And then we did subsequent repairs. So that's why it started and stopped.
I see. So which well was that?
That well, I believe, is 2107, but let me, 2103, sorry.
Okay, so that would be kind of the upper right portion on the edge of the area of concern on the map.
Yeah,
Yeah,
up here.
okay. And then has that well been fixed at this point?
It has been fixed, and then we've ordered stainless steel parts so that we fix it permanently and it doesn't happen again.
So what was the cause of that incident?
There was breakage of the wellhead.
Okay, and do you know what caused the breakage of the wellhead?
I do not actually.
Okay. Is the breakdown of you said you've replaced it with stainless steel. Was the breakdown of the well related to the increased temperatures?
It's unclear. The previous wellhead was a CPVC. That's why we're in the process of ordering stainless parts to have a more robust.
Do the stainless parts have a higher temperature rating?
They have a higher temperature and pressure rating. They do.
And like how high can the temperatures go for that material?
I actually don't know the exact amount, but stainless can go fairly high compared to plastics.
Okay, so definitely higher than 200?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, do you anticipate that the stainless parts would be of a sufficiently high temperature rating to address any of the increased temperatures you've observed at any of these wells?
Yes.
Okay, is there a plan to replace any other of the wells in this area with stainless steel?
They're looking to upgrade many of the wells in this area of concern.
And what's the timeline for that?
I don't have an exact timeline. I know they've ordered parts and some of them take a while to receive, but it's as quickly as we can.
Can you give me are we talking weeks, months, wait, years? What are we talking?
It's certainly not years. I mean, it's weeks or maybe a month or 2 max.
Okay. If for the regular variance, I'll just throw that out here. If you can have those details about what the plan is and the timeline to the extent it's not completed in a month, of when that replacement will occur. I asked this, but I think we got distracted looking at the map. How many of those 18 new pumps were installed in the area of concern?
I mean, you can see here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in the yellow area. And then you've got a whole bunch all around it. We're trying to dewater the entire area.
So the 4 that have the squares or
Diamonds, if you'd
diamonds,
like.
those are all new?
We've installed the pumps are newer.
Pumps are new.
Yeah.
What's new? Like when were they installed?
And I don't have exact, but within the last 6 months.
Okay. And so that's been in response to the increased pressure and temperatures.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Have you had to increase your leachate collection system capacity?
We currently have permit applications pending to add additional leachate collection tanks.
Okay. So the current leachate collection system holding capacity that you have, are you able to currently hold and have capacity to deal with the amount of leachate you're pulling out of the landfill at this time?
It's my understanding that that is true.
Okay, but you are looking for increased capacity because you are anticipating needing additional capacity?
We want to make sure, just like the flare, that we have more than sufficient capacity.
Okay. I wanted to just confirm about, so you added those pumps. Did you add any new wells in the area of concern?
That's a great question. So if you look on the diagram, any well that's labeled in green has been installed since 2021 to increase that well density in the area.
Okay. So that's, I see there's a number of green wells in the area and then to the east. And so have these all been added due to this increase in temperature and pressure?
Yes, we increased our well density in response to that.
Okay, so it looks like, if I'm counting correctly, there's about 5 new wells in that area of concern, and plus the temperature probe? No, 6, because there's the one in the corner. 1, 2, 3. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, could you please repeat your question?
It looks like there's about 6 new wells that have been installed in the area of concern since 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the timeline? I mean, that's a long period of time. So how have there been any, do you know which ones that were installed, say, in the last 6 months or 12 months?
So if you look at the well ID numbers, you'll see 2 digits in the front, like 23, 21, 22. Those are the years that those wells were installed.
Okay. And then the number next to it is just
Serial number.
okay. So you said you started installing these wells back in 2021. What were you noticing in 2021 that indicated a need to install these additional wells?
So we have been seeing, like we've indicated, temperatures increasing throughout time. So we wanted to get ahead of that game and increase our well density.
So the first time you were noticing increased temperatures was in 2021?
I'm not going to say that. I can't recall when, it's been a gradual uptick in temperatures, at least initially. So.
Okay. Did you also notice a correlating increase in the DMS, or if you weren't looking specifically DMS, the sulfur emissions over that time?
I mean, really, the main increase has been occurring recently that we've been seeing as a result of this area.
Okay. So do you have records of your previous tests, and to get an idea? I mean, is it a straight line of increase since 2021 in those? Well, let's start with sulfur, and then we can talk about temperatures. But for the sulfur readings, is it it looks like it's, a predictable increase line, or what has it been up and down? Can you give us an idea of the pattern of the sulfur emission readings?
I mean, it's been up and down over time with a significant increase recently.
And by recently, you mean since starting in the source test in end of June?
Yes.
Okay. So that was a jump. Can you tell us how much of a jump it was from the previous source test? I think that's in the.
So in February, the last test we did before the June 28th test, that one was, I believe, 58.6. And then we had a previous sample, 12/12 of 23. That one was 48.
Okay. And then in these testing numbers, is the majority of those readings coming from DMS?
Yes, it is. So, for example, on June 28th, we have overall just under 71 total. And of that, 59.9 or 60 is DMS.
Okay. And then in terms of the increase in well temperatures, now is that a consistent increase since 2021? Or has that also had fluctuations?
As any kind of landfills are kind of dynamic and everything. It's not linear, so it goes up, it goes down a little. Obviously, the overall trend is up.
Okay. How, do you have an estimate of how much excess leachate you've been, or extra above what your typical amount of leachate that you pull from the landfill, how it's increased?
Unfortunately, I'm the director of air programs and we have other departments that handle leachate and other things on landfill, so I don't have an answer for you.
Okay. In terms of the dewatering the wells in the area of concern, these additional pumps, are these because I mistake. So what type of well or what type of pumps did you add in the area of concern?
Most of those are down well pneumatic pumps.
So is that for the purpose of dewatering?
Yes.
Okay. What is your definition of dewatering?
Removing liquids from inside of the landfill gas well and the surrounding landfill strata.
Okay. So I wanted to go back to something that you mentioned about not seeing smoke. What is your definition of smoke? Is it any sort of air emission that's coming out, or is there a different definition that you're using?
I think I use the definition like cigarette smoke or campfire smoke or wood fire smoke, where you have, very fine particulate matter that's kind of a bluish or blackish nature, or even white if it can be. I'm not talking about condensate or steam or anything of that nature, but actual smoke that you would see from a fire.
Okay, so have you observed steam or some sort of those types of vapors coming out of any of the wells?
I mean, as we discussed just before, there was the one well and there was steam visible there.
There was steam visible there. Did you take any tests to determine what was in that steam, if it was water or are there some other compound?
We did not.
Okay. Have you noticed that type of emission or steam, vapors, anything like that coming from any other wells?
I'm not there at the landfill, so I can't really answer that question.
Okay. Have there been any locations where you've noticed something, either steam or some sort of vapor emission or a liquid emission that's coming out where it's not supposed to? So coming out of the side of the landfill or coming out in an area that's not where you would expect those types of discharges.
As I said, I'm not in that department. I understand there have been some what we call leachate seeps that many landfills have, and those I think were corrected in due course.
And were those located in the area of concern?
I am not sure.
Okay. Can we be sure for the next hearing, can we have somebody that might be able to speak to those types of details of what's occurring on the ground? That would be helpful both for the district and the board, I'm sure.
Can I take a quick, can I communicate with my
Of
client for a
course.
second? All right, thank you.
Okay, did you have anything you wanted to add or clarify?
No.
Okay,
Thank
I have
you.
no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board.
May I redirect on two issues, I think?
No, we're gonna go ahead and go to the board.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Balakapalan.
Mr. Kool-Aid, I think Ms. Wright had asked a number of questions regarding some of the symptoms that we've heard previously from in other facility due to elevated temperatures at the landfill and leachate issues. I think you touched upon settlement. You said you'll be looking into it. Cracks, What about elevated? Are you noticing any elevated hydrogen in that area?
Yes, there is elevated hydrogen.
And reduced methane in that area also?
Yes.
Okay, so you're basically describing ETLF condition at that landfill, basically. Elevated temperature landfill, right? At that area of concern, is that fair to say?
There are elevated temperatures there. There is the reaction. I mean, how you want to define it,
Okay,
we can all
all right.
debate.
And so
But
when I
many
heard
of
you-
the symptoms that, we've mentioned.
Yeah, I heard it before, let me put it that way, at least coming back from another facility that we had before us. So, but let me ask you this. You were, when you were describing the event where there was a pressure buildup, it almost reminded me of a geyser event. Did you have like a geyser event where it shot up into the air?
I don't know if I want to characterize it as a geyser, but there was a release into the air.
In the air, okay, all right. Yes. Now, as far as the, is there anybody going around monitoring the cracks, if there are leachate and covering it up?
Yes, the landfill, we're in that area quite frequently. We're looking for any cracks, any leachate seeps or breakouts, and they are looking for that on a routine basis.
And are they taking corrective action when they see those seeps?
It's my understanding they are, yes.
Yeah, okay. Let me come back to, actually, the leachate collection tanks. Looking at this drawing, where are those tanks located? The tank farm, is that where it is? At the bottom left?
He's looking at this one. We'll put up the aerial, and I think it's easier to see on the aerial,
Oh, okay.
which is now up there. The aerial shows them over here somewhere, right?
It should be up here somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, that's it.
So, in talking about it, you are correct. The tank farm is where the leachate tanks are on that document. You've got Exhibit 7.
Okay. On the tank farms, when you fill up with leachate, you ship it out? What do you do with the leachate when it's full in the tank farms?
Currently, leachate's being re-injected at the working phase,
It is, okay.
as allowed by our permits.
Right. Do you anticipate a time when you may not be able to handle all the leachate and have to ship it out?
We are looking into disposal and treatment and other options to make sure we always have an outlet.
Okay, all right. Now, the area that you identified, and I think you mentioned that it was waste that is accumulated since 2005. Do you have, you seem to be very specific on when that waste was added in that area. So do you have information on the type of wastes in that area?
So just to clarify, that waste was placed 2005 and earlier.
And earlier, yeah.
To my understanding, I don't, it is MSW, but I don't know whether it was other types of waste.
Are there any plans to drill down, bore down to characterize the waste that is in that area?
I think we can look at the existing bore logs from the wells and temperature probes we installed.
Okay. Is that something you can provide at the next hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And okay. All right. That's good. Now let me come.
Bore logs.
Let me, you were going to submit application to revise the permit correct?
Yes, sir.
And I look at the permit and the reference to the permit is BACT 1303, isn't that
That
correct?
is correct.
And was there a requirement that presumably there was a back requirement at that time that required that 60 ppm monthly? Is that
I can explain it to how I understand how we got the 60.
okay?
And so Ventura County originally permitted a wastewater treatment plant. And as part of that plant permitting, they imposed a 60 ppm H2S backed on that wastewater treatment plant.
Okay.
We went in at our Simi Valley landfill, which is also in Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, to apply for a new flare to be installed. Ventura County then took that 60 ppm limit, which was related to H2S, and applied it to our flare at our Simi Valley landfill, put it in that title permit. We have a carbon absorption control system there to control H2S, which is very effective at. Matter of fact, and if you look at all the samples, we have non-detect on the H2S. So fast forward to El Sobrante in 2021, when we installed that flare, the district here, based on that back that was installed over at Simi Valley in Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, imposed a 60 ppm back limit here, although they labeled it as TRS. So as a result of that being put in our permit, we installed a full carbon absorption system. It's quite a large system to control H2S emissions, which we're doing very well. Unfortunately, with this DMS, which we did not know, the back doesn't really take into account that DMS isn't controlled like H2S. And so that's how I believe we got the 60
Okay.
ppm limit on our flare number 4. Our flare number 3 was done a long time ago, and it doesn't have such
That
limit.
information was in the clearinghouse or someplace on the back.
Or they had discussions, I'm not sure.
Okay. And what is it you're expecting to change? The discussion with the permitting engineers to increase the level, what is it?
So for DMS, we're not expecting to change the back for H2S or treatable compounds, but we are hoping to change back levels for the untreatable compounds, i.e. DMS, so that we can continue to operate in compliance. Because if there was a treatment system, if anyone could tell us, we'd look into it immediately and try to implement it so we wouldn't have to be here or have a long-term compliance issue.
And I know you brought that up. And you said you've been looking, where have you been looking for looking at treatment system, besides looking at the district to provide it?
Sure. We've talked to a number of our vendors. We've talked to consultants. We've talked to people in the industry. I've talked to colleagues back east. I've tried to turn over every rock that I could to find a treatment system so that we could propose that, or at least understand, is it even feasible to remove the DMS? Because DMS operates totally different than H2S. It's a totally different compound.
I think Ms. Peralta asked a question, I missed it. In looking, if this issue becomes worse with the DMS and it spreads to a wider area, you have residents and schools across the freeway where you are?
There are, not immediately there, but there are residents somewhat nearby.
Prevailing wind is normally which direction?
I think it's away from the residents, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, all right. Let me just a few questions on the condition. So the number 14, where it says, okay, I think it was to 15. So when you're looking at the last thing, vapors in the headspace of 1 liter tank. So those are the ones that are listed in 15. One of those, T104, 104B, 104C.
Yes, sir.
So just any one you
Well, we'll have to work with the district, but it would be one of those.
One of those, okay. And that's with the tank farm where they are located?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, now I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you. Okay, you had mentioned that there are wells that are, that have elevated hydrogen. Am I describing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, how many wells are there?
I don't have the exact count, but it's similar to what's shown in the diagram here.
Well, all of them or just a smattering and 10, 20?
I don't have that data in front of me. I'm sorry.
Okay, more or less, are they concentrated in one area?
I believe in the yellow area, as indicated, most of those do have hydrogen.
Okay, what are you doing to mitigate that?
As I indicated earlier, we're increasing our well density to try to relieve pressure and temperature and gas buildup. We are trying to dewater the area with a substantial number of pumps. We're conducting enhanced monitoring, as I indicated, making sure we have more than adequate gas control so that we can take care of all this gas. And then we're installing temperature probes and piezometers to try to better characterize the underground temperature profiles and pressure profiles.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm more interested in the hydrogen levels. Do you have a baseline that when you first started noticing that there was hydrogen escaping compared to what the level is now? Has it increased? Has it decreased?
I don't have data on that in front of me. I'm sorry. But I mean, the hydrogen is what it is, just like the DMS. Unless the temperatures go down or something changes, you will continue to generate it.
And more or less, what is the amount? Do you have a number? If you don't have a number, can you get that number by the next hearing that you have?
Are you looking for a concentration?
I'm looking just for the amount that was originally present when you first started noticing it as a baseline and to what it is now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. Ms. Verdugo Peralta was just asking about hydrogen. Are you seeking any relief from any hydrogen limits today?
I am not.
Okay. But we will provide the information.
Yes, we will.
regardless. Okay. There was a lot of discussion on cross-examination by Ms. Reichert about well 2103. And there was an indication that the wellhead may have become dislodged. Had you reported that to the district in a formal way?
It was reported with a call-in and a 500N form.
And can you describe what a 500N form is, just in case the board is not clear?
It's a form that if you have breakdowns or excess emission or deviations for Title V facilities that you complete and file with the district.
I don't have anything further at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Riker.
So the district does not have any affirmative witnesses to call. If the board has any questions, I do have staff available from both engineering and compliance available.
Okay, very well, members of the board.
I think I probably at the next hearing, I might have more questions. Specifically, we'd like to know if there's odor complaints and how many and the nature of the complaints and so forth.
Additional comments from members of the board?
I was just curious,
Abraham.
was Exhibit A, those have been discussed with the petitioner and there haven't been any concerns about them meeting any of these conditions?
My understanding, and you can confirm with petitioner, is that we are stipulated as to all of the conditions in Exhibit A.
I was going to use the same term, they're stipulated proposed conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
I was just going to agree with Mr. Balagopalan that there's more information that we need to extrapolate. Some of the questions that may appear maybe not as connected with the initial problem. I think that we have more questions, and the more that we are asking, the more that we are actually evolving into more questions that will probably come at the next hearing. So things that I have asked, things that the other board members have asked for, if you can please make sure that you have that information for us then. Thank you.
We hear you. We'll do our best.
Mr. Balakapulan.
Yes, from what I've heard, the testimony and the question, we're looking at an elevated temperature land, similar to what we have heard before at Chiquita. Hopefully, it doesn't get to that magnitude and the issues we had with Chiquita. It looks like you may have a handle on it, but I think high temperatures, settlement, increased hydrogen, reduced methane, leachate, pressure in the tanks, pumps, wellhead, blowing up in a sense. I'm just taking it, let me
Let's not confuse us with them, please.
Okay. No, but what I've heard, okay, let me just rephrase. Yeah, it's not a geyser. We don't have any pictures or any evidence to that, but I just refer to it and overshoot, that due to the pressure it comes up. So all indicates, at least from what I've heard, elevated temperature situation. And it looks like the monitoring of the DMS is critical. And I appreciate your explanation. I couldn't understand why that condition was put on the permit. But I hear you, what you said, and hopefully you can affect that change. But nevertheless, I think at the next hearing, we'd like to hear, I think what Ms. Reichert asked for as far as the settlement and whether, I think whether the strong odor is normally associated with DMS in that area, and whether that's wafting over to the neighborhood, we need to know from next time from the compliance staff. There's increased landfill gas that is because of the reaction, and also increased temperature and pressure, increased hydrogen concentration, and reduced methane. I'm sort of looking at my notes, typically associated with ETLF conditions. So any information you can provide regarding that at the next hearing, that, will be helpful. But I think, I am satisfied that I can make the 6 findings to grant the interim variance. I think you met, you indicated clearly what you're in violation of, 203B, 3002C1, and then permit condition 26, and that the non-compliance is beyond your reasonable control. I think my waste also goes to your landfill, so maybe in some small way I contributed to whatever's going on there, but so it's beyond, we all do whatever's going there, but it's really, it's beyond your reasonable control at this point, because you're still trying to analyze and understand the magnitude of the problem and take action. And the closing of taking would not be a corresponding benefit. I think the harm to the petitioner outweighs the emissions. Right now, the estimate is about 8 pounds of sulfur. So, and it looks like you've looked at curtailing, but came to the determination you cannot really curtail because you need the flare to extract and reduce the temperature in the landfill and pull the gas. And you'll reduce excess emission to maximum extent possible. I see the condition, you'll flare in 3 the maximum extent possible. And then the last one, you'll be quantifying monitoring emissions. One last thing I would like to get at the next hearing too is your 431.1 compliance monitoring plan. You mentioned there's an alternate plan, versus a continuous monitoring, and it's a quarterly, but I do believe your condition now requires more frequent until.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I do believe I can make the 6 findings to grant the interim variance.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Closing comments.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Mr. Balakapulan just said. I think the findings are there. I thank the board for its attention. It is a sticky wicket out there. It's not a static situation. But as Mr. Balakapulan said, they're trying to get ahead of it, and they're trying to focus on it, and they're trying to resolve the issues before it becomes a more significant issue. As previewed in my remarks for good cause portion of Mr. Collins' testimony, these are, it's just clear to me that we do meet the 6 findings, that each one of them, we went through the testimony at issue. I think the testimony was clear. I think that it's really not a heavy lift, frankly, to get to the 6 findings. Maybe a heavier lift I'm hearing for the regular variance, but we're not there yet. And we've been on this very attentively for the last week and a half or so. We've been trying to focus on and anticipate the questions that your board might have. I do think Mr. Colleen did a very nice job of being able to respond to the questions to the extent that he could. We'll be more prepared at the regular. I'll leave it at that for right now. Thank you.
Ms. Riker.
Thank you. Subject to compliance with the proposed conditions, the district is not opposed to the granting of this interim variance. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I can make, before you want to do that.
Make a motion. I'm sorry, before we make a motion, in deliberating about this, I think what you're hearing from us also is that we're a little gun shy having to deal with Chiquita, and we certainly don't want to see you go down the same path. And I think you're very fortunate to have a person on your team who has knowledge not only about landfills in general, but also about how the rules and regulations of the air districts apply to your situation. The fact that you're ahead of the game is, I think, very good for not only your organization, but us as a board to be able to see that there are solutions that are available, there are solutions that can be found, and that we're discovering them along with you. So I commend you for being able to present all of the information, which is quite technical, but in the long run, I think it's worth it to go down the path of all of the questions that we've asked in addition to what you presented, so that at the next hearing for the regular variance, we can listen to those answers. But I see that you're ahead of the game, and I also can make the 6 findings. Thank you.
If I may add to Mr. Peralta's, I think I heard Ms. Collins say they're injecting the leachate back into the landfill. There may be a point, I don't know, where it becomes too odorous, where you can do that and you have to ship. Looks like they already plans maybe shipping it out. And then the other facility ran into issues with not complying with the manifest requirements and so forth, exceeding the TCLP limits. But so I think that's another thing we probably want to know about your leachate management system at the next hearing, how you plan to address the long-term, because ETLF's situation tends to generate a lot more leachate, which either seeps out or you have to deal with it. So yes, that's all I wanted to piggyback. I think you brought up, I forgot to mention that. So I can make the motion if nobody else has any deliberative comments.
Let's make it. Let's go.
Okay. So in the matter of U.S. Waste of California, also Bronte Landfill, case number 5139-3, I move that we grant an interim variance commencing today and continuing for 90 days or until a regular notice variance hearing is held, whichever occurs earlier, which is currently scheduled for September 4th, 2024, from the following rules and regulation 203B 3002C1 and condition number 26 of the facility permit, and for petitioner's equipment that's located at 10910 Dawson Canyon Road in Corona 92883, and the conditions are as set forth in appendix, in attachment A of the proposed conditions, and the excess emission is anticipated to be around 8 pounds a day. But that about 8 pounds a day of SOx.
I'll second the motion.
All right, the motion has been properly moved to second. Any further question or discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Dr. Abraham.
Aye.
Ms. Connigan-Macklin.
Aye.
Ms. Fiduco Peralta.
Aye.
Mr. Balakapalan.
Aye.
Ali. The motion is approved unanimously. Have a phenomenal day. Look forward to seeing you in September. This hearing is now adjourned at 2:10 PM.
Thank you. Y'all drive safe and stay cool.
Let me ask you, because there's some documents that are missing.
Gotta run. I'll see you later.
See you
I'll see you tomorrow, yeah.
Same time, same bat station.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you for your time. Well, I think it's, yes, but also. Okay, thanks. So we have three.
Oh, we're done. Come get me.
We have
Why?
one.
Okay. So I'm around. Bye.
Nice to see you. We can go there. We can stop. We should do it.
Did you say stop the recording?
Yes, yeah, recording is paused. Deus, you paused the recording, correct? Sir? It says it's paused. Deus? No, we're talking to the IT. No, we're trying to make sure it's, yeah, it's, recording is paused.